Can you guys let me know if I'm still live, because it's saying on mine that I'm not. You're here? So I am still live. Wow, on my computer it's saying I'm not live anymore. But it's showing on my phone that I left, so I must still be live. Okay. We'll just keep going and ignore the computer. And so Rue is your favorite. You've loved it. Okay. Hey, Heather, maybe you could tell me a little more about Rue. Do you have time to do that? Horton, here's a who. That's awesome. My room smells amazing right now because I'm opening all these jars. You can't imagine how awesome my room smells right now. It's lovely. Horton, here's a who. That's great. That is great. That's good stuff. We are live. Screw it, we're going live. So can you tell me a little more about Rue? Do you know more about Rue than what I stated? Because like I said, I'm really new to it and I don't know a lot about it. I'm still learning a lot of herbs. I have a lot, but I'm still learning a lot. I'm glad we're still live because, yeah, my computer's black. It says there's been an error and we're off. So the next herb I'm going to do, and if Heather answers me, we'll stop in the middle and listen to that. Some of these jars are really hard to get open. The next herb I'm going to do is one of my favorites. And it smells peppery, kind of spicy, even though it's not. Oh, really? No, that's okay. It's a host plant for the giant swallowtail, and you grow it for its beauty. I didn't know it was a beautiful plant. I'm going to have to grow it when we get to Texas. Oh, nice. Thank you for sharing that. Because when we go to Texas, I can grow things that they grow easier in Texas because of the humidity than they do in California. In California, I have a greenhouse, which I'm selling because I won't need it in Texas. There's lots of sun, lots of humidity, so things grow easier there than they do here. But anyway, this burdock is a spicy smelling. It's almost like black pepper without the achoo. Achoo meaning achoo. And so burdock is what we're going to talk about next. Oh, why did I do that? I think I have a burdock bag. I could be wrong. Man, I packed it in there, didn't I? Maybe I don't have a burdock bag since I packed it in there so tight. And I just put a hole in this one. Dagnabbit. Long nails and plastic. They do not mix. I'm just going to use my asami and make sure I got that all loose because it's kind of stuck in there. This is my little asami. I've had this since I started the craft. It's a little tiny guy. But I don't need much. I'm not really ceremonious in my workings. Scoot back. That hole is not really a hole, so I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so burdock root. Protection and healing. It's also, it removes barriers. It's like the best thing in the world for psoriasis. I wish Maritime were here so I could tell her that. Yeah, this is burdock root. Burdock root, I love it. I use it a lot. I use it for my husband a lot because he has, like I said, he has psoriasis. So any spell I do for him, this is not going to go back in here. Any spell I do for him, I use burdock root because even though it's not touching him, the properties in it will help. But I also, let me see if I have a little bigger one. Woo! Tipped my stool. I do have a little bigger one. So even though it's not touching him, and which sometimes it does, sometimes I do workings where I make ointments and so on with it, but even if I'm just doing spells and it's not touching him, you know, the properties of it still work. So I use burdock a lot when I work with my husband. I do make a tincture, but my husband won't use it. He doesn't like the taste. He's a picky little critter. I'm going to put this over here with the other jar so I can remember to relabel it. So I'm just going to step out of camera a minute. Yeah, he's picky. He doesn't want to taste anything that tastes bad. But he's great at using my ointments. He's really good about that. So I actually made him I just lost the name, it was right, a chickweed. I actually made him a chickweed ointment because it is also good for psoriasis and really dry skin, eczema. So he has a chickweed ointment as well. So he's pretty good about using my ointments, but he's not much for tasting my tinctures. Tinctures don't taste good. I mean, there's just no way around it. They don't taste good. And I don't know if I've added this one to my book yet. And if I haven't, I'll have to get my, because this is a new one to me as well. So if I haven't added it to my book, if it wasn't in here before, I'll have to get my other, yeah, I have it. So let me get these two down and we'll look them up together because this one I just got again in the Hispanic shop. So I saw it and I've heard of it, so I was like, oh, gotta have it. I'm telling you, if there's an herb out there, I have to have it. I just watched a video last night. I'm not going to say who from, but he was saying that, you know, you can have too much stuff, like too many herbs and too many, because then you should just work with what you have. And all I could think was, well, it's not in this one. It's not in Scott Cunningham's. Oh, it's no, it's not in. Oh, was I looking under R? A-R? Yeah, I was. Okay, it's not in Scott's. So we're going to look in the Encyclopedia of Magical Ingredients. I know I've read about it. Evidently not in any of my books. Nope. So I'll have to look it up online. It's arnica flower. Arnica. Has anyone else ever heard of it? Arnica? Yeah, men. No, even with honey. I've added honey. I've even added sugar, and he won't drink tinctures. You eat a lot of chickweed? Chickweed's good stuff. Arnica flower. Arnica, period. I've read about arnica. I know it has something to do with healing, which is why I wanted it. But yeah, I can't find it in either one of my books, so I'll have to look online. Ouch. But I know I've read about it, so I'll find it online and stick it in my trusty little book. So we'll just put that in the bag and set it aside. I knew it. I knew it was a healing plant because I wanted it so bad, and I try really hard to work with healing. Yeah. I knew that. I knew it was a healing plant. Arnica, Arnica, come out. Oh, come on. It's kind of stemmy, but it's got a lot of flowery. It's almost like, you know, dandelions when the seeds of dandelions. It's a lot like that. It's kind of, it's got those little flyaways in it. There it goes. Arnica. And it smells delicious. It smells almost like, I want to say chamomile, but not really. It does smell like chamomile, but like a lighter version of chamomile. Yeah, injuries and bruises. I knew it was healing because I read somewhere that it was healing, and then I saw it in the Hispanic shop, and I went, oh, I need that. I know that has to do with healing, so I bought it. But I can't find it in Scott's book or in my other one, so. Anyway, it's kind of like chamomile, but a little lighter. I don't know how to explain it, but faint. Chamomile, but faint. Oh, it is poisonous. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have stuck my nose in the bag. Oh, missed a piece. That's a big chunk, so I'm going to just throw it in there. Okay. Next, I'm going to do a big bag, but I've got pine needles. And pine needles are good stuff, but I am going to have to read it because I haven't used them in a very long time. So I don't remember a whole lot about them. I used to use them all the time. I know what pine cones do, and I think, ugh, smell like Christmas. I think pine needles are similar. They remove blockages, they remove unwanted habits, they remove obstacles. I think they're similar to pine needles, pine cone needles, but I want to be sure for you that I don't miss anything, because I'm sure there's a lot more uses than that. Pine cone needles, they really do smell like, I don't think they're going to fit back in here either because that jar was stuffed clear full. They're not. So I'm going to, it's not like I'm going to mistake what that is. So let me look that up right quick. Pine. Healing, fertility, money, protection, and exorcism is my quick. Pine needles are burned during winter months to purify, cleanse a home. They are burned to reverse and send back spells. Ah, didn't know that. I mean, obviously I did because I wrote it down, but this book is so old. They're used in money spells, and the sawdust of pine trees is used in incense. I knew that. Cone needles are used for fertility as well as hexes and curses to remove obstacles. Pine itself is used to remove blockages, obstacles. They purify ritual space. You can meditate when burning them. Good for a base of sachets and spells that they are designed for. They also stand for abundance, health, love, beauty, birth, and the needle tea can loosen a tight chest cold, and they are full of vitamin C. Interesting. Oh, okay. I can scroll back in this chat right later because I want to write that down. I'm very interested in that. Very, very. This cute, isn't this the cutest little jar? I love these. I have two is all I have, but I love it. It looks like a little medical jar. It's even got the little outline here. I only got two of these. They were at the dollar store, but I only found two. They didn't have any more, or I would have bought them all. Anyway, these are frankincense tears. And it's funny because they don't smell as good to me like this as they do when I grind them up. When I grind them up, they smell delicious. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Lyndon. I mean, they smell good, don't get me wrong. Isn't that a cute jar? And it's got a rubber seal around it. So it's sealed tighter than you would think because it's got this little rubber around it. But they smell good, but they smell so much better when you grind them up. You have to be careful. Let me just say this. You got to be careful when you're buying the tears to buy them from someone reputable, because we're really endangering our frankincense. And I don't know if you know that, but it's becoming, they're mining it in a way, or pulling it off the trees in a way that's endangering it, and we're running out. And so you can get it in a way that's, you can get it from people that are reputable, that do it from trees that are dying or being, or, you know, falling down. But they're going in and they're actually removing it. They're tapping and they're actually removing it from healthy trees. And it's dangerous because they're damaging those trees, and they're falling them, and they're doing all kinds of very, very bad things, and they're endangering the trees that they're coming from. They're actually endangered, and we're going to run out of frankincense. So try to be careful about where you get it from. Just a heads up on that. Frankincense tears. And yeah, I love that label area. Isn't that cute? Oh, awesome. Thank you, Heather. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, that is horrible. It's just terrible what they do. And you know, the other thing is, try to be careful about the Palo Santo you buy. And like I said in a previous video, you can only hope they're telling you the truth. And the same thing with the frankincense. So you can only hope they're telling you the truth, that they're actually being conscious about collecting it. But at least we're making the effort we can make. And that's all we can do. That's really all we can do. So I have two kinds of bay leaves, and the reason is there's not two kinds of bay leaves, but I have two kinds of bay leaves. Another one of those cute little jars. I have whole bay leaves, and then I keep my pieces separately. And again, I buy these at the Hispanic store because I can get them for 79 cents a big bag. It's not a big bag, but it's a pretty big bag. It's about that big, and it's about that thick, so you get a lot. And you can pull out the whole ones and keep them separate from the excuse me, you can keep them separate from the pieces. And I do that because the whole ones can be used in spells, and I don't know if you know this, but they're beautiful when you throw them into a burning fire. I have when we do our fire pit, I throw whole ones in there. I throw pieces in there too, but to watch them, just they spark up. Be careful if you ever burn them with your hand, because they do spark up. They do kind of ignite, and it's not that it'll hurt you, but it's a little scary. The first time I did it, it scared the bejesus out of me. And I don't know if you've ever burned bay leaf, but it smells so good burning. I totally skipped over frankincense, didn't I? How nice of me. Let's go back to that, shall we? I forgot what we were doing. I'm just loading everything up here. Protection, spirituality, exorcism. Frankincense was burned to honor the sun god Ra at sunrise. In incense, it uplifts those in the area, in the vicinity, and drives out negativity. It's also burned to induce visions and aid in meditation, which we all knew that. Add it to sachets for luck and protection, and any spiritual growth it's good for. Gold candles or yellow candles for success. So do you know how to I'm sorry, my nose is still itchy from that arnica. Do you know how to dress a candle with, I'm going to tell you what it's called right now. Not frankincense, but with powder from them. Resins. Do you know how to dress a candle with resins? Yes, it does raise your vibration. Yes, they do have a great price. And you should look at I love to burn bay leaves. You should look at their spices because they have all kinds. I get my mullein there, the damiana, what else do I get there? Oh, my copal tears, or copal tears. I'll let you know as we come across them. But I get a lot of things there because they're very well priced. Anyway, if you know how to dress your candles with resins, then you can use yellow and gold for success. And I am not going to put these whole bay leaves back in that jar because I'm afraid they're going to get broken. So what I'm going to do is probably put them in a heavy book to move them. And I think that would be a better idea. And the bay leaf pieces, I'm okay to put in a bag. That's not a problem. So we'll go to bay leaf. Oh, frankincense, purification, concentration, addiction. I don't know if you knew that. You don't know how to do it with resin. Okay, I'm going to do a video on dressing candles. Addiction and success. Let me make a little list because there's two now I was going to do. Oh, Lord. See, I should have wrote it down. What was the other video? Does anybody remember that I was going to do? See, I'm terrible. I have a horrible memory, I'm telling you. So one is dressing candles. So let me write that down. Or I will forget. Anyway, if anyone remembers what the other video I was going to do for you was, please shout it out. And, oh, healing. Oh, no. My healing techniques, my different healing techniques. That's what I was going to do another video on. I'll go write that down right quick when we get this done, and then we read the bay leaf. Okay. Got those in there. It was healing. I remembered my healing techniques, my off-the-wall healing techniques, the odd ones. The ones not everybody uses, like feathers and drumming, and show you how to use a stone to actually scan the body and that kind of thing. That's the video I want to do. And that's just talking my daughter into being my guinea pig. Just have to talk her into it. Okay, so bay leaves. I'm going to have to start putting some of these back because I'm running out of space over here. So bay leaves, bay. Bay leaves are awesome. You can put wishes. I don't know. It's pretty well known that you can put a wish. You can't see me. I haven't come back. Oh, the camera turned. Ta-da! Sorry about that. I bumped it or something. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay, so sorry. All right. Sorry. So I bumped the camera evidently when I did something, or it just slid or something, I don't know. So I think it's pretty well known, but I could be wrong, that you can write a wish on a bay leaf, or a desire, or a request to your god or ancestors or your goddess, and then on a dark moon, no, on the full moon, burn it, and you're drawing that to you. So that's a, I don't know how well known it is, but that's something you can do. Sorry about that. Let me fix it because it's crooked and it's driving me nuts. Okay, that's better. Can you hear me okay? So that's one thing you can do with a bay leaf. And okay, so my shortcut list is protection, psychic powers, healing, purification, and strength. I do not recommend this, but you can chew them to induce a psychic state, a prophetic state, sorry. You can chew them to induce a prophetic state. I do not recommend that. I have never done it, and you know how I feel. If I've never done something, I don't like to recommend it. I don't do a lot with, other than teas, I don't do a lot with that type of thing with herbs. Now, I have known people who smoke herbs, and they do just fine with them. But I don't know exactly what herbs those are, and that's why I don't recommend it. You can watch videos, however, on smoking herbs, and people will tell you in those videos what herbs those are. I just personally don't recommend it because I don't know what those herbs are, and I don't want to recommend something that can harm someone. Same thing with chewing a bay leaf. I have heard they are poisonous to just eat. So I don't want to recommend that to anybody because I just don't know. I literally don't know. So I don't want to recommend that to anyone. However, the book states that, and I've got this information probably from Mr. Scott Cunningham or the other book, states that, wrong book, wrong page, can be chewed to induce a prophetic state. They are used in brews to bring visions, or inhale the smoke gently as they are being burned. Now that I have done. I haven't gotten visions from them, but I have been able to meditate in a deeper state from doing so. And I have felt more at peace when I do so. So I think that's why I'm able to meditate in a deeper state, because it brings a peacefulness to me to inhale it. And I use it in a lot of my loose incenses because of that, which is probably another reason my husband thinks I'm cooking when I'm using my loose incense. It's excellent for protection and purification. You sprinkle it about a business to attract customers, which I did when I had my business. There's another one, right on the tip of my tongue. Basil. Is it basil? Which is right next to this one. Just let me see here right quick. Yes. Strewn about a business that attracts customers. Basil does the same thing. And there's another one too, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. Increases psychic powers. with a tea or by burning it. So that's probably why it helps with the meditation. Burn it with sandalwood to remove curses. It brings success, good fortune, is great for love magic. It's a psychic power enhancer, helps with divination with the smoke. Write something to draw to you during the waning moon. Oh, during the waning moon. Something to draw away from you during the full moon. Sorry, I had it backwards. And then burn them so that the smoke will carry your wishes to the universe. Good for clairvoyance, wisdom. Place under the pillow for prophetic dreams. And it's an attractor. There you go. Bay leaf. Love the bay leaf. Oh, you stop it, Heather. Yeah, I wonder so too, living out loud. You never know. Oh, nice, Heather. Hey, I like that you're reading along with me, so you're giving a different perspective. I like that. I really do like that. Thank you. My next herb is chamomile, and I think we all know quite a bit about chamomile. But I am going to turn to the page in case there's something I'm not going to catch. Chamomile is definitely a sleep aid, so it's good to use in any pillows. It's a calmer. If you have any, if you have any anxieties, trouble sleeping, if you are strung out like a person who, like when I go to sleep at night, I'll be honest with you, when I go to bed, my mind starts going. I don't know about you, but my head starts going 100 miles per hour. All the things that I need to put together, all the things that I have to take a notebook to bed, because if I don't write it all down, it will literally spin in my head all night and I won't sleep. And so chamomile tea before bed will stop that. It'll calm that down and you won't have that issue. By the way, this is called Mexican chamomile, and I get it from the Hispanic store. The bags are $1 a bag, 99 cents, or $1.19 depending on which store I get it from. And they're big bags, and it's cheaper than anywhere else I can get, except Monterey Bay Spice Company. It's cheaper there. But I don't have to wait or pay for shipping, so I usually end up getting it at the Hispanic store. It's a little stemmier. The Mexican chamomile is a little stemmier. Come on. Come on. Please, cooperate. Just go in there. Good enough. Yeah, it's a little stemmier. I'll show you. Then the other chamomiles I get, it's got some long stems on it. But they're not hard. They're very soft. I don't know, can you see that? They're really soft. They're just very long. Stay in the camera, Candy. So, by the way, that's my real name, Candy. But call me Linnea, please. I like Linnea. But if you ever see me out and about and you holler Candy, I'll know who you're talking to. If you see me in a room. So anyway, yeah, Mexican chamomile. You can get it in the Mexican stores or the Hispanic stores. Okay, chamomile. Money. I don't know if you knew that. It's a good money drawer. I have some in my money box. Sleep, love, purification, calming, healing. Used in calming and sleep incenses and brews. Also used to attract money. Can be sprinkled around the property to remove curses. I put it in my sprinkle. I think I showed everybody that in a previous video. In my herbs that I put around my property. Brings sleep and relaxation, meditation. Great for incenses. Strong infusion can be added to the bath to attract love. Also a purificatory and protective herb. One of the strongest healing herbs. Goes in poppets. It's great to put in poppets. Tea prepares the body and the mind for magic. I think I knew that, but I had forgotten. Stress, nervousness, tension, problems of the heart brings happiness. Depression tea. It's a depression tea, meaning it brings happiness. Cures sadness, prosperity, wishes, and use in breaking curses. So that's chamomile. Now, when I say that, I mean that's where I got it, was from the Hispanic store. Sorry. I don't know that it's Mexican chamomile, but that's where I got it, was from the Mexican store. Sorry about that. I don't know that it's, hi Shelley. Good to meet you. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I don't know exactly where it came from, and I didn't think to read the bag. But it may very well be from Mexico. I'm not positive. I can't believe we've been on this long and we've only finished one shelf. Now, I have up here ground cloves, and I have up there chili powder. And I'm not going to bag those right now because those are going to have to go in a big bag, and I'm trying to get us through this. It's in the lid. It's all over the lid. Good Lord. Anyway, so I'm not going to bag those right now. But just so you know, that's what I have. So I'll read those to you. Ground cloves and chili powder. We'll go through those next. And then we'll be done with the top shelf. Can you believe we're only done with the top shelf? We may have to turn this into a... Oh, what the heck. Okay, chili powder. Chili powder. Where are you? There you are. Chili powder. Okay, you know what else helps with that? Oh, I took it off. Blue lace agate is a terrific stone for helping you say what you need to say. Another one is Larimer. That's what this stone is. It does the same thing. It helps you say what you need to say. And so I'm wearing those. I'm not wearing the... I'm actually wearing a purple tiger's eye right now. I'm not wearing those, the blue lace agate right now because the hinges... it's not staying clasped. Excuse me. It's not staying clasped. It's one of those... I call it a poison ring. And it's not staying closed, and I'm worried the hinge is going to get screwed up, so I'm going to take it in and see if they can't fix it at Gomer's. I mean, at a store here. The Rock store actually has a jewelry store built in, so I'm going to see if they can fix that clasp, because I'm scared the hinge is going to get screwed up on it. But anyway, so I'm not wearing it, but it's blue lace agate. And so blue lace agate and Larimer, they both work very well for having... they work on the throat chakra, which is helping you to say what needs to be said. Stand up for yourself, be assertive, you know, not take any shit. Just do what needs to be done as far as your voice goes, your vocal, standing up for yourself, saying what you need to say, what you're thinking, what you're feeling, dealing with your emotions verbally, that type of thing. They do the same thing. It's Larimer. Oh, that's neat, Marge. So you use that for your mom, in memory of your mom. That's so cool. My mom's name was Hazel. And my granddaughter is named after her. And I love that. I love that my granddaughter's named after her. It just warms my heart. Warms my heart. Yeah, it's like her clacking ring. Only I'm terrified that that little hinge is going to break, and I love that ring, so I'm just worried sick, so I'm going to take it in. Oh, neat. I like the name Ruth. You know, another name I like that you never hear much is Ruby. R-U-B-Y. I love that name because ruby is my birthstone. I have a ruby. It's not very pink. It's not good quality. But I have a ruby. I actually have a few rubies. My mother-in-law gave me some rubies and some emeralds way before she died, a long, long time ago. And I lost them. And I thought, honestly, I thought I lost them forever. And then I found them probably about 6 or 7 months ago. I found them. And so I was so excited when I found them. But yes, she gave me just a little tiny baggie of about 6 or 7 each. And I thought that I had lost them. But they're tiny. They're just little tiny ones. But they're so pretty. Oh, I see. She's alive and you just use her channel. Okay. Thank God. Thank God she's still alive. Ruby and Wanda. I like the name Wanda. Oh, garnet's beautiful. I have garnets too. Mine are not polished though. They're raw garnets. My husband got them for me off the top of a hill here. Not here, but down in the Feather River Canyon here in California. There's a hill called Mineral Hill. It's not advertised. Nobody really even knows it's there, but it's full of garnets. It's just full of them. And he got me a small handful of garnets, which are his birthstone, by the way. Okay, we should probably get moving. Chili powder. Sorry, lost track. Fidelity. Chili powder is great for keeping someone in line, keeping someone close to you. Lady Grave Dancer talks about a spell you can do in a jar. Now, I can't remember the spell, but you can go look her up, and I highly suggest you do. She's amazing. But she does a spell in a jar that can keep your man or woman faithful to you, because it can make them not be able to desire sex, I guess is the best way to say it. And I just said that word. And I believe she uses chili powder in that spell. However, if she doesn't, you can write your own spell using chili powder, because it does keep someone faithful to you. So there's that. Fidelity. Hexing and hex breaking. Love, and it brings speed to spells, much like chili peppers. Any chili form, cayenne, chili powder, chili peppers, paprika even, doesn't bring the speed to your spell that cayenne does, or that chili flakes do, or chili powder is even higher than paprika, but it does bring speed to spells. So it may have other properties. We'll look at that when we get to it, but it does bring speed to spells. So using love spells, in powder spells, in powder forms, it will ignite your lover. If cursed, scatter around your house to break through the spell. Also used to ensure the love in your love life will stay spicy. Speeds up any spell through, though not as fast as cayenne or pepper flakes. Adds power to spells, though not as much as cayenne or pepper flakes. Protection, fidelity, magical empowerment, banishing, cursing, hexing, and motivation. Not as much, of course, as the hotter spices, but nonetheless, it brings motivation. So that's chili powder, and then we were going to do cloves. Clove. Clove is protection. Let me check. Oh, garnet is your birthstone, Marge. That's awesome. So would you rather then that we call you by your name, which was, Leanne. Would you rather that we call you Leanne? Lady Grave Dancer. You don't know Lady Grave Dancer? Look her up on YouTube. She is like the mother of witchcraft. Lady Grave Dancer, spelled just like you spelled it, all together like that. It's the Lady Grave Dancer, sorry. And she has been on YouTube for like 9 years, although you'll find her videos only go back like 5 or 6 because she had a cancel of a channel and then had to come back. But she's been on YouTube for years and she's amazing. She's eclectic. She incorporates, she's like Jen, she just incorporates everything from hoodoo to Wicca to, God, I don't know how to explain. I mean, I can't, my brain is not working, but she incorporates everything. She's really eclectic. She does spells. She talks about why things work. She talks about graveyard dirt. She does videos like for chalk and how you can use it in your house to protect you and how you can use it outside to protect you. She makes oils. She makes incense blends. I don't think I've ever seen her make a sachet or a mojo bag, but I could be totally wrong. I think I've watched all her videos and then some, more than once or twice. But she's just amazing. And if you haven't watched her, please subscribe to her channel and go watch her, because she's literally just the mother of witchcraft. She really is. Oh, Lord, you really should, Heather. She's amazing. Okay, Leanne, I will do my best to remember that. I'm not promising anything. I have a terrible memory, but I promise I'll do my best. Oh, she's trying to answer Marge. Okay. Yeah, the Lady Grave Dancer. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I love her to pieces. Her and Jen and Sunshine Morning Ray are the reason that I wanted to start a channel, because they just opened me up to so much, and I thought, if I could help one person feel anything like they made me feel, I want to do YouTube. So that's the whole reason I started a channel. I just loved it. And and I'm older, so I thought maybe I could reach an older group of people who would be more open to an older person. So I thought I could reach a whole new audience that would feel more comfortable, you know what I mean? So that's why I started a YouTube channel, was to reach people, to enlighten them the way they've enlightened me, and I just thought if I could help one person feel the way they made me feel, like I could accept parts of my curiosity into my practice and not feel weird, I guess, or like I was breaking some kind of rule. You know, they really helped me see that I wasn't weird, and I wasn't breaking some kind of rule by wanting to accept this into my practice. And they helped me find out how to put it into my practice. And I just thought, God, I really want to do that for somebody. I really just want to help someone open up to their curiosity and to their confidence, you know, because they gave me back my confidence. I had gotten to where I wasn't I hadn't been practicing in the last like 6 months because I just felt like I was stuck. And they really brought me out of that, the three of them. And so I was so grateful. I just wanted to do that for someone. So. Oh, Livin, thank you. Oh, that's awesome, Heather. Oh, nice, Whisper. Yeah, I'm 53, so. Oh my God, that's so awesome. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. I love that. I get a lot of people saying to me, texting me on my Facebook, saying to me that I'm reaching an older audience, and I love that, because that was kind of my goal, was to reach people who felt like they didn't fit in with a younger audience. So I love that that being a crone, that's what they say, you know, you're a crone, and I just feel like I fit in with a crone, and that's awesome. And I'd like to gear a little bit towards that, but at the same time, I'm new at croning. I'm not new, but I've never called myself a crone, so I'm learning at the same time croning, and I've always been told I'm a wise woman, but I don't really know how that works for me. I don't know that I'm wise, but I've been told that, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes. You know, YouTube, you're growing and you're changing all the time, so there's no telling how it's going to work out. We'll see. Okay, Clove. Yeah, she does. She's got like 30 or 40, maybe even 50,000 followers, subscribers. Oh, nice, Shelly. You're 53 too? Yay, we're twins. 35 was a great age, wasn't it? 35 was awesome because you were totally grown, but young enough to do. I mean, I can do. I'm really healthy enough to do. I don't have the gumption to do. The energy's gone. At 35, I still had energy. Okay, Clove, guys. Protection, exorcism, love, money. Use in commanding and controlling formulas. Used as an incense. Cloves attract riches, drive away negativity, produce spirituality, vibrations, and purify the area. Can also stop gossip. Carried, they bring comfort to the bereaved. That I knew. They're really great for grief. The whole cloves are really good to put into sachets for people who are grieving. Great additive. I mean, great ingredient. Add to success formula for an extra kick. And if you hang them over a baby's crib, they add protection. They're added protection. The same thing with a garlic. If you put a garlic clove, or actually a whole bundle of garlic, in a zipper bag and put it under a baby's bed, it brings protection. I know, you got to put it in a bag because you don't want it to stink, but it does. It brings protection. What do you guys think about this? Just a question, and I have no problem going, but I think we're all having more fun chatting, and I could be wrong, so if I am, tell me, and we'll just keep going, because I've got no problem with that. But do you want to call it quits for a while and just chat? And maybe I just do another video, or do you want to keep going? Just a thought. I don't mind keep going. I've got plenty left to do. But I thought maybe you'd rather just kind of sit and talk or chat for a while. Yeah, 30s are awesome, Livin. 30s are awesome because you've still got all your energy, but you've got this adult mind. You've outgrown the immaturities of being, you know, in that area of thinking the world kind of owed you something. Not to put down anybody who's younger than 35. That's not what I'm saying. There are many people younger than 35 who've already got that out of their systems. But I personally didn't at that younger age. I kind of thought, you know, the world was going to just open up for me and it was all going to come my way. And it took me into my 30s to realize that I kind of had to make it happen. And so by the time I was in my 30s, I was adult enough to realize that I had to get my shit together, so to speak, and young enough to be able to do it all and enjoy it. And the older you get, the less gumption you have. So I enjoyed the hell out of my 30s. Okay, let's keep going then. I don't have a problem with that. So I got plenty to do, like I said. Okay, so we're going to do rose petals next. I think everybody knows pretty much about roses, but we're going to turn to it because I may have missed a few things earlier when we were talking about the rose, rose stems, and I wanted to check that anyway. So this page covers rose stems, rose hips, rose petals, and rose thorns. I use rose thorns too, so this covers all of that. And obviously my pen was running out when I was writing this. So love, obviously. Psychic power, I don't know if you knew that. healing, divination, luck, couldn't read that, and protection. Roses have long been used in love mixtures. A single rose on the altar is powerful love magic. It aids in, and magical aids. Rosebud tea drank before sleep induces prophetic dreams. Roses planted in the garden attract fairies. Often the petals are added to success formulas. White roses for releasing and yellow roses for friendship, red roses for love. Rose hips eaten can help you find a really good job. Didn't know that. So they can be used in cursing, divine love meaning like your goddess or your god, or even if you don't necessarily have a goddess or god, but you're working with the source of the God source, or any type of divine working that you're doing. And this is not going to fit back in this jar because it's going to be too big. That was crammed clear full. Domestic peace in your home, you know, happiness, lasting relationships, abundance, beauty, clearings, blessings, emotional healing, secrecy. I did not know that. So you can use it in secrecy spells. Self-love, hexing, spirituality, and roses are full of vitamin C, A, B, E, and K. Oh, and they're full of iron. That's good to know. Oh, stop it. You're going to get in trouble. I always forget we can't sing. We can't have music. And that stinks because I don't go without music. I'm like Jen. I always have music. You can call me Candy, or you can call me Linnea. I go by Linnea or Candy. Oh, Shelly, I'm with you. I love being in my 50s. I love being a crone. Yeah, they do make great wands. I said that earlier. They make terrific wands. They make good poppets, jar poppets. They're great for healing poppets. They're great for other kinds of poppets. They're good poppets in a jar poppets. But I love being in my 50s. I love being done raising kids. I love being a grandma. Oh, I love being a grandma, you guys. I can't tell you how much joy it brings to my life to be a grandma. My grandkids are my world. They are my everything. It's amazing. My grandkids are awesome. But I will tell you this, I have to take a potty break. So I will be right back, okay? Just give me a sec. Sorry. I'm back. Sorry about that. We all go. So, trying to wait for everybody to get back from the potty. May have put that under A, just for the whole thing. Well, or maybe not. Ah, here it is, I found it. So we're doing star anise first, next, first. It's been a while to be calling it first. So we're doing star anise first. Oh, I always say thank you, and I always leave something. If I go to the cemetery, I usually leave a little alcohol. You can buy those little air cleaning bottles, you know. You can get those for like $3 to $5, depending on what liquor store you go to. So I get those, and I leave those for, and usually some flowers for at the cemetery for grave dirt or whatever it is I'm doing. When I go to my ancestors, I'm going to take you guys along. We're going to do a vlog, a ride along. You're going to go with me when I go to my ancestors and my ancestors cemetery. There's three places we're going. We're going to an old cemetery where I'm going to do a burial of a working. We're going to my grandparents' cemetery, and then we're going to a great-grandparents' cemetery. And some other relatives are in there as well. So we're going there to those places, and I'm going to take you guys along with me. And so I will be leaving offerings, so you'll see. But I usually leave alcohol and flowers at cemeteries. Sometimes I just leave coins, depending on how broke I am. But the point is that you always leave an offering. The same thing when I take a plant, I always leave something. Even if it's just that you water the plant, you're doing something. So you're leaving some type of offering of some sort. And if you can't do any of that, you say thank you. I agree with you. You at least say thank you. I grow in my backyard, and I don't grow it on purpose, but I have mallow, which is just a weed. So of course we have mallow. Most people do. And then we have groundsel that grows in our backyard. Shepherd's purse, which is a beautiful plant, by the way. Chickweed, miner's lettuce, clover. All of that grows in my backyard on its own. I've never planted it. It just grows there. Of course, I'm leaving that all behind when we move, but it all grows in my backyard. And so I have like ample supply of it until we leave. So I'm hoping it comes up soon so that I can get some dried before we go, because I'm pretty much out of chickweed and I'm pretty much out of groundsel. I think I've got quite a bit of shepherd's purse, but I could be wrong. We'll know in a few minutes. Gypsy, how you doing, love? I'm glad you're here. Denise, you're here? Is there someone else named Denise in here that I don't know about? Oh yeah, you don't want grandkids yet. They're too young. Okay. No, that's all right. You can call her Denise. I just know her by Whispering Cauldron, so. Okay, so we're going to talk about star anise next. So star anise, I use. Couldn't you just get lost in the whole jar? I love black licorice, by the way. I'm one of those odd people. Not a whole lot of people like it, but I love black licorice. So the seeds are burned as incense to increase psychic powers, and they are worn for the same purpose. You place them on the altar, one for each direction. The seeds, the stars, and they give your altar power. I don't know if you know that, but when I had my, I'm going to tell you what it's called. I had trouble the other day remembering it too. My tile. I have a wooden tile that I keep on my altar, pentacle. I put one on each end of the star, and I do that. They're also really good if you tie a string around them and use them for a pendulum. Let's see. They're good for protection, purification, bringing back your youthfulness. A lot of people tie them above their bed, and the lore is that they'll bring your youthfulness back to you in the night, to help with wrinkles. This is old lore, so I don't know how true it is. I've never tried it, but the old lore is that you hang them at the head of your bed. They bring back your youthfulness, take away wrinkles, and so on and so forth. They're good for psychic powers. I use them with meditation. I have a few under here on my meditation altar. They are a stimulant, a diuretic. They promote digestion, and they relieve gas. They're great in teas if you like the taste of black licorice. Those people who don't like the taste of black licorice won't enjoy it in your tea. I like ginger tea with anise in it. Love ginger tea with anise. It's very good if you like black licorice. If you don't, you're not going to enjoy it. Oh, no, I don't. I thought I had a bag left, but I don't. I thought I did, but I don't. Yeah. Gotta love young. I do too, Heather. I love it so much. You sound like me, Gypsy. I don't know. You know, I kind of like being a crone, and I've given up on the whole looking beautiful thing. You'll see me sometimes wearing makeup. You'll see me sometimes not. It's not super important to me anymore. When I was young, I never went into public without makeup on, and when I was really young, I didn't like my husband to see me without makeup on. But I've gotten to where I'm me. I'm 53, and I don't know. I just feel like I've done my time. I'm either accepted or I'm not, kind of thing. And it really doesn't matter either way. I love everyone on this planet, good or bad. I love them. And they either love me back or they don't. It just doesn't matter either way. I'm going to love them anyway. So I just don't give a shit, to be quite honest. I look like what I look like, and if everyone's going to judge on looks, why, that's too bad, because I have one hell of a personality to offer, and I love people. So I hope people don't judge me on my looks, because my personality's great. That sounds conceited. Well, that's too bad, because I'm not conceited. I try my best to be a good person, and I hope people see that through the looks. And if they don't, well, I mean, I love them anyway. I just do. That's how I feel. So that's that. Okay. Anything powder, I'm not bagging up right now because it's going to choke me to death, and I don't want to choke on camera. So I have allspice powder. I also have whole allspice, so I'll grab that, and that's what we'll bag up. But Allspice is another speed. It gives speed to spells. It's, again, not as fast by any means, even as paprika. It's not nearly as fast even as paprika. Come on, book. Work for me. You never worn makeup, Living? Yeah, I wore it a lot when I was young, but it just became unimportant. Yes, and I agree, witches are hot. I agree, Leanne. Witches are just hot. I have been in the sun many years, and in the summertime, I turn very tan. I tan very easy. I don't burn very easy. We have a pool, and in the summer, I live in my pool. Now, when we get to Texas, I will live at the beach. It's right there. The Gulf of Mexico is right there. That water is like 85 to 87, 88 degrees all year round. Trust me, this girl is going to be at the beach. And it's just who I am. I love the water. Well, I'm a water kid. I'm a Cancer. And I love the water, so I'll be in it, trust me. And I will get dark. We used to live in a place called the Salinas Valley up by Monterey, California. And I was mistaken for a Hispanic person all the time. People would come up to me and start talking Spanish to me because I had my hair dyed black and or dark brown. And people would come up and start speaking Spanish to me, and I don't know a lick of Spanish. Well, I know poquito, very little, but not enough to really get by if someone's talking to me, and especially if they're talking fast. I can understand a little more than I can speak, but people would just come up and start talking to me because I was so dark-skinned. So you'll see me this summer, and I'll be very dark, and you'll see that I get really dark in the summer, but I don't know where the hell that came from or where we were going with it. You go, Heather. I would too. I'd rather buy a plant or an herb or something like that. I keep mascara because I usually use mascara, eyeliner, and a little bit of lip something. But like a bunch of foundation. I use some powder foundation. What do you call it? I just had it. It starts with an E. Anyway, I use some of that powder foundation sometimes, but you won't see me wearing a lot of makeup if you ever see me with it on. I usually just throw on some mascara, a little bit of eyeliner, and some color to my lip, not even a lot of that. And that's all you're going to see because I just don't buy into all of it. And you'll only see that if I happen to be in a mood or I'm seeing someone important or, I have something important to do. And it's just very rare. Or if I'm in a really good mood and I just feel like sprucing up that day, but it's not often. You're right here somewhere. That's a nice seed. It's not much in there. Ow, crap. Where is my allspice? There it is. Okay, so whole allspice, for those who don't know, looks like a big seed. Just looks like big seeds. And they have a smell. Not like pumpkin pie, but you can smell if you had cinnamon added to it, it smelled just like pumpkin pie to me. So that's whole allspice. And then ground allspice, of course, is powder. Sorry, I'm having a cramp in my lower belly. So allspice is money, luck, healing, success. Burn as incense to attract luck or mental Oh, luck or money. Yeah, because I have some in my money box. Listen, if you burn them, be careful, please, and make sure you have some type of screen or cover where you're burning them, because they pop. Another thing I need to tell you is cloves pop if you burn them, the whole seed. If you burn the whole allspice or you burn the whole clove, they pop when they get hot. And when I say pop, I don't mean they make a noise. I mean they pop out. I made the mistake. And my clove popped onto my carpet, and my allspice popped onto my table. And I burned them at the same time. So it didn't take long. The clove popped first, and the allspice popped next. So be careful if you burn those in an incense whole. Scary. I can't wait for that, Gypsy. I freeze all the time. Uh-oh. I hope it doesn't, Heather. Oh no, I hope you don't, Heather. I'm so sorry. Mine was blinking the other day when I was on, and I was scared to death I was going to do the same thing. Okay, so, also added to promote healing, which I use in poppets, and it's great to use as a head in a small jar poppet. Remember we were talking about using rose stems, small rose stems, to build a poppet in a jar. So you can use small stems of any sort, to be honest with you, for arms and legs, and then you can use an allspice seed for a head, and you can use a small bean for a body, and that's in a very small jar. You want to do that in a small jar. You can build your poppet, then you can put herbs in there to exact what you're doing, like if you're healing or other things, whatever other things you're doing, you can use a jar for that, and these make great little heads. Used to beat out the competition. They are good for obtaining treasure, determination. They stand for determination, communication, existing love, psychic power, energy, meditation, wisdom, purification, inspiration, and success in business. Again, you can sprinkle some of this in your place of business to draw in success. When I had my business, I used everything I could find to bring me success. And I had a lot of success in the year that I had my business. But I found that it was taking me away from a lot of other things I needed to concentrate on. And it had started waning because I wasn't putting into it what I needed to be. So that's why I closed my business. I wasn't working as hard as I needed to be working at anything, to be honest. Not my personal life, not my business life, not my private stuff. I just wasn't doing what I needed to be doing. So that's why I closed my business. Not that it wasn't successful, that I just wasn't doing what I needed to do in any area of my life. And that was a personal problem that I had going on, not a professional problem. So I do plan someday to open my own business again. I loved having it, and I loved doing it. And all the clients I helped, it was a beautiful feeling. But again, it just didn't work out for me. Now this is another one of those I'm going to have to put in a bigger jar and relabel. Or label the bag, one of the two. Come on, you booger. Who's leaving us? I agree, Gypsy. I think you look great. You're leaving? I love ya. Have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. I just love her. She always comes by. I'm going to put this in the rosebud jar because I think it'll fit, and take it over here to be labeled. Alrighty. Next, we have carnation. I don't know if you knew that carnation could be used magically, but it's nice. It's a nice thing. And I actually, on my altar, I have carnation growing. I have carnation flowers that I buy every so often just to dry them. So carnation is protection, strength, and healing. Can be used in all-purpose protective spells, all-purpose healing spells. I use it for poppets. That's what I use it for healing and poppets and sachets. Used to enhance magical powers and to achieve magical balance. Burned to increase creativity. I mainly use it for healing poppets or sachets. I do a lot with healing. I do a lot with healing for people. Like I said, I have a BA in spiritual healing. It's kind of my forte is healing, so I do a lot with that, and that's what I use the carnation for mainly. I work with orange blossom oil, but I haven't gotten any orange blossom buds. No, I haven't. I would like to. It is a plan, but I don't have any at this time. No. I heard something pop. I think it was just my thing sitting down, but it sounded a lot different than that. And I'm hoping it wasn't one of my candles. Yes, I've read that before. Leanne, I've read that it can be an aphrodisiac. Yes. It's my husband's birth flower, and it's his favorite flower, by the way. Not just because it's his birth flower, but it is his favorite flower, which is another reason I buy them, because he likes them. And not only are they cheap to buy, but I got to tell you something. I have seeds for them. Had every plan of growing them in my greenhouse until we decided to make this move, and now I'll grow them in Texas. But they're black carnations, and they're gorgeous. I've seen them before, and they're gorgeous, but I actually was lucky enough to get some seed. So I'm going to grow them when we get to Texas. But they're absolutely beautiful, these black carnations. There's also a black rose I'm going to get. I'm going to get the seeds for. And unless I can actually find the plant, that would be awesome if I could get the plant, because then I wouldn't have to wait for it to get going. But he was born the 8th, Elvis's birthday. Oh my gosh, now I don't think I've ever smelled ones that smell like cloves. But wouldn't that be something? Yes, yes, that's a big reason I want carnations, is because they're protection. Oh my gosh, black hollyhocks are gorgeous. Now, I have never seen black tulips except in pictures, but black hollyhocks are gorgeous. I plan on having a black garden when we get moved out to the country. So when we go to Texas, we'll be in a trailer park for a while. But when my son buys the land, he's moving our trailer out to the country with him. And when he does and we get out to the country, I plan on having a black garden, just like I plan on having a purple garden. And maybe even a blue garden. I haven't decided for sure. The only plant I really like that's blue, a vibrant blue, is the morning glory. So I'm not positive I'm going to have a blue garden, but I do know I'm going to have a moon garden. All the plants that bloom in the moonlight, I'm going to have a moon garden. I can't wait. Oh, you're from Canada. Yeah, he was born on Elvis's birthday, the 8th. Yeah, I actually have a few pinned, saved. You live in Canada too, Whispering Cauldron? It's so cold. It's so cold, isn't it? Isn't it like half the year is just terribly cold? Now, I've not seen borage growing, nor have I seen skullcap. But skullcap is an herb that I like to that I would like to smoke. That is an herb I would like to smoke because it promotes vision. And when I'm not gonna pack this one. I'll tell you why. When I'm near this one. When I'm gosh, stay on track. When I'm doing meditations or hedge flying, I mean, I would like to try it. And I'm being honest, I would like to try that. I just haven't gotten my nerve up yet. Someday I will. Neither of these I'm going to pack right now, but I'm taking them down to read to you. And one of those I really want to read. I've been wanting to talk about that one on camera for a while. So those are both P. That one's an M and that one's an O. L, M, N, O, P. So we'll start with M. If it's in here. It may not be in here, just so you know. I may not have put this in here, in which case I'll just grab them. Oh, it is in here. Lucky me. Okay, this one I won't be packing in a bag because it can't get damaged even if the jar breaks. Isn't that the cutest damn jar? It's a mason jar. Look at that. It says mason jar on it. I don't know if you can see it. It's so cute. Dollar store. I know it's a little tiny jar to pay $1 for, but it was just so cute I couldn't pass it up. And I have a few of these. But this herb is a mace herb. It's called mace. And it is mace in this nut form. When you get to the inside of this nut, it's nutmeg. So it's mace in this form. And when you get to the inside of it, it's nutmeg. God, stay in the camera, girl. So I'll show you one. It's a nut form. Come on, camera. Work with me. Work with me. And when you get to the inside of it, it's nutmeg. So on the outside it's mace, on the inside it's nutmeg. And you use a little, I'll show you. I'm going to leave that in the jar because, like I said, if the jar breaks, it probably won't cause any real damage to the nut. It's very hard. I mean, you couldn't bite it or anything like that. It's really hard. And what I use to use it is this little guy. So you just scratch it on there. And I love this thing because what you need to use goes in the little cup and you just take it out. But you use this, you scratch it on there. And when you get to the inside, like in there, it's nutmeg. But on the outside, it's called mace. And I'm going to tell you about mace. Ooh, I bet that's gorgeous. Borage. Okay, mace, psychic powers and mental powers. Mace is a great herb for that. I use it a lot for a meditation, loose incense. Burn to increase psychic power and carry to improve intellect, mixed with success formulas. Stimulates creativity, smell for inspiration, burn as incense, and dust hands for creativity. I use it when I'm going to paint. I don't know if you saw my art video, but I use magical oils, inspiration oils, protection oils, depends on what the painting's going to be for, or if I even know what the painting's going to be for. I use magical oils in my paints, in my oil paints, and I use mace on my hands before I paint. I also burn it. It helps with creativity. I try to get messages from spirit when I'm painting and just paint what I'm given. Um, Sometimes it comes out great, sometimes it doesn't. And so that's mace. And then we'll go into nutmeg since we're here. Nutmeg is a powder, and I'm not going to pack it anyway, so we might as well just go into nutmeg right quick, if I've got it in here. No, nutmeg. I do have it in here. Luck, money, health, fidelity. Luck, money, health, fidelity. Strung with star anise. Okay, they're talking about the nut, mace. Strung with star anise and allspice beans for a powerful herbal necklace. So you can actually drill right through allspice and mace. I've heard of it. I've heard of necklaces of mace being used for protection, or I mean for mental powers, when doing divination and so on. I've never done it, so I don't know exactly how well it works, drilling through them, because I've never done it. Nutmeg is included in many money and prosperity mixtures. I have some in my money box, a little sprinkle of powder. Sprinkle on the ground and onto green candles for the same reason. It's a psychic inducer and helps with picking lottery numbers. Add it to success formulas. Rub onto purple candles for power, and sprinkle the powder on green candles for generosity. It can be a hallucinogen as a tea. I don't know how true that is. We put it in all kinds of food, and we put it in drinks. You know, it's in nutmeg is in eggnog, and I've never had an hallucinogenic. I've never had a hallucinogenic anything from it being in my eggnog, so I don't know how true that is about the tea. But there's that. I'm going to check chat in just a minute. Looking for my next one that I want to read here. I've been wanting to do this one for quite a while because I hear things about it, but I always hear the same thing, and it's got a couple other properties, and I wanted to bring those up. Lightning, nice. Oh wow, nice farmhouse style kitchen. The kitchen so I don't know if you've heard it on other videos. My son gave us a mobile home. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a really nice large kitchen. And if I'm not mistaken, there's 2 beams going through it, which are going to be awesome for herbs. I can't wait. Anyway, the kitchen is kind of an L shape, and it's enormous. It's not enormous, but it's a dine-in kitchen, which I won't be using it for that because if I do, it'll be a very small table because I'll have my magic hutch in there. I have this one, and I have a big kitchen hutch too. My big kitchen hutch will probably be used for the same thing this is used for, because I've got a lot of herbs over here as well, and some things sprawled out that I would like to have all together. So I will probably be using that big hutch for that too. Unless my daughter decides she needs it, and then I would obviously let her take it. But if not, that it'll be being used for that. So it would go in the kitchen, and that would probably leave very little room for a table. But there's a lot of room to move around, and I just love that kitchen. It's got a big bar, counter bar. I can't wait to show the house off once we get there. So it's not farm style, but it will be one day. I understand that, living out loud. I want to show you guys something that I did. I've got a few things in these, but this is peppercorns, but this you probably won't necessarily recognize, but I'll tell you what it is. But can you guess? This can, what it's from? I'll bring it closer. Oh, I don't have white anywhere to try to... Can you guess what this can is? It's a can. A tin can. It will be Luné style. I would like it to be farmhouse style, but you're right. It's probably going to be more witch style than anything. And I told my husband we're painting that front door purple. I don't care what anybody says. Including my, oh my God, living out loud, you're right. They're pralines. They're called Puraline. Puraline wafer cookies with the chocolate in the center. Yep, you're right. That's exactly what they are. And I used them because they're just good cans, and I just paint them. But yeah, I told my son we're painting that door purple too, and he was just like, Mom, you can't paint my door purple. I said, it's not your door. You gave me that trailer. It's my door. We're painting it purple. Yeah, Purolines. And my family loves those things. I don't buy them if I can help it because they're just, I could eat a can of them and they're just, no, they're bad. Oh, that's awesome, Heather. Yeah, I got to do a purple door. You made 90. Oh, you did? Did I make 90? That's awesome. If I make 100, I'm doing a giveaway, so I'm excited. I'm hoping I make 100 soon, because I have a whole bag put together, and I showed a lot of it, but I've gained other things since then, so they're going to get surprises too. Yes, they do come in dark chocolate. I love the dark chocolate. I love dark chocolate anything. You don't have a drill. So I want to tell you about this herb. And there's not a lot of other uses for it, but there are other uses for it. I did? I hit 90? Oh my God, yay me, thank you guys. Whoever did that, I'm appreciative. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm so excited. So this is orris root. And everyone says orris root is a love herb, and it is. It is a love herb, don't get me wrong. But orris root is great for divination and for protection. And no one ever brings that up. They always talk about the love. But for divination, it's an amazing, amazing herb. I use it in my divination box, and it is an amazing herb. It really brings to you spirit. And when you're doing divining, okay, this is just my belief. I shouldn't say when you are doing divining. I should say when I'm doing divining, I believe that spirit is who's doing the divining, and I'm just the hands. I'm just the tool that spirit uses to do the divining through me. And so anything I can use to aid spirit to do that, I do that. And orris root is really good, I find. Once I started using orris root, I found that it was so much easier to be on point when doing readings, that I was just clearer and I had more success, and people were like, oh my God, you're so right, and that's exactly what's going on, and oh my gosh, how do you know that? And that was after I started using orris root. Not that I wasn't successful before, because I was, but not as successful as I was after I started using orris root. So I praise orris root for divination strength. And so I hear a lot about love, but I never hear about the divination part of it. So I wanted to bring that up for a long time. In fact, it was the next herb I was going to bring up, because I wanted to talk about how it works so well with divination. It's also a great protection herb, and that doesn't get mentioned a lot either, but I use it in my house spread. It promotes popularity, of course, and persuasiveness and personal success as well. So I'll read you the whole spiel I got on it, and this is from a couple of different books, the two I've showed you. And some of the stuff I get is online as well. So the orris root has long been used to find and hold love. The powder is known as love drawing powder. Suspend a whole root from a red cord and use it as a pendulum. It aids in all lines of communication. It helps open up a dialogue for digging into what's hidden underneath there. So if you're having trouble with communication, it helps to open up a dialogue. So it helps you to get started talking about whatever's going on underneath. So if you're having trouble with the spouse, or you and your best friend are having trouble communicating, or you and anyone, maybe you're having an issue at work and your boss and you are butting heads, it can help in it can help in opening a line of communication. So maybe you just carry a mojo bag with you to work, and that'll help you and your boss actually get to communicate. Something along those lines. So it has a lot of other uses more than just love. Orris root is got a variety of things that it can do for you. It's not just a love herb. So I just wanted to bring that up because it's just an all-around good herb, and I don't think it gets talked about enough. So there's that. Orris, O-R-R-I-S. Yes, Heather, orris. It is an iris rhizome. Yes. I actually just got that ring about, I don't know, about a week ago, when I peruse the pawn shops and they have really good deals. Yes. Oh, I love working with her. I am working with her, but I'm new. And I will be honest, I feel communication, and that means the world to me, that I'm not working blindly. I don't feel like I'm working blindly. And that means a lot to me, because in the beginning I felt like I was kind of working blindly, and then I started feeling communication. And that was amazing, because in the beginning I kind of started feeling like maybe I was reading the sign wrong, or maybe it wasn't a sign at all, maybe it was just a bad candle. But then I started getting communication within like a day and a half. And so I was like, okay, I didn't read anything wrong, this is real. And I'm finding it so fulfilling, and I'm not finding that she is the, I'm finding more love there than I expected after all the reading I did. I expected, I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect the love that I'm finding. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a very strict nature there, and I can feel it, and a very no tolerance for bullshit, basically. And I can feel that and understand that, but the love that I'm getting is, and the patience, very, very unexpected, honestly. I didn't expect so much understanding, I think is the best word, because I'm new, and it's kind of like not babying in any way, shape, or form. So I don't want anyone to misunderstand me, but it's like and not coddling, but it's kind of like a tolerance to some extent, and then okay, get it or don't, but okay, there's a cutoff. But I do feel love, and I feel tolerance to some extent, and I like that, because I kind of expected, I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect that. I didn't expect any kind of tolerance. I expected, one day I forgot the water, I forgot to change the water, I forgot to take it out, and I thought, oh God, I pissed her off. And I really did. I thought, oh my God, this is terrible, this is bad, this is so bad. And I could feel the, the tolerance, that it happens kind of feel. Um, it's not like I made a habit of it. So it was like, I don't know how to explain it, but I hope I'm making sense. It's silver, Heather. Oh wow, that would be beautiful, Heather. I agree, Shelley. I'm very happy that I got the call. I really am, and very happy that I picked up the signals because I I didn't for so long. And I do mean that. There was a long, long period that I was getting those signals and did not uh, respond because I didn't. I'm a little slow when it comes to that because I never had a goddess and I didn't, or a god. I never had a deity at all, and I didn't. I didn't have any. I just didn't realize it. I just didn't know, and so I'm glad I finally picked it up and got it. Because it might have been another 5 years, and I will be honest, those signals have been coming for quite a long time, and I just never knew it until after the fact, and then I went, oh my God, that's what this meant. Oh my gosh, that's what that meant. Oh Lord, that's what this meant. It was like, and I'm still finding things that I'm going, oh my God, that's what that meant. It's like that painting. I don't know if you saw the painting that I showed the other day, but I made that painting and hated it, and then afterwards realized what it was. And even though it's sloppy, and I think it's sloppy because I didn't like what I was doing, so I just didn't take any time with it. I just painted it because it made no sense to me, and I thought it was ugly. And I was following spirit, so I painted it, but I didn't enjoy it, and I just didn't take any time with it. I just slopped it on there. And now I wish I had done a better job because I love it. And I just wish I had done it justice because now it means so much to me. And so, because it's a crossroads. And I know now what it is. But again, one of those hindsights. Okay, so next I'm going to do, I should look. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. The oh my gosh, the star anise. That's a great idea. Your driveway is like my painting. Oh my gosh, you're so lucky. This video is like way too long. People are gonna go, holy heck, I got no time for this. Oh, thank you. This is my gym shirt. Oh my God, that's awesome. You know what I love about this ring is, I showed you the front, but I love the Celtic work. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, it's trying to focus on this one. I should have turned it the other way. There's Celtic knot work. So I love that. I love that it had that. So I was going to talk about black pepper. It's much like any other pepper. It's a little milder than most peppers, but it's for protection, exorcism, hexing, or hex removing. It's good for hexing someone in your family, believe it or not. If you've got a person in your family who's giving you a problem and you want to kind of shut them up or stop them, you can use it in a shut up oil. It's good for that. especially when it comes to family. It's good for removing a curse or to remove hexing. Magical works to add power or speed, like any other. Of course, it's not as strong as the other peppers. And to let go of things. It's really good to let go of things. I used it on the new moon. Banishing negativity. It's good to work with negatives with it. Exorcisms, I mentioned. Protections and inventiveness. If you want to add some like creativity to your life, it's a good thing to work with that. If you want to come up with something original in creativity, it's good to work with something like that. I have a hard time working with black pepper when it comes to creativity because it congests me so badly. And I'm not going to pack this in a bag because I have a really big jar over here of it. So I'll just put it in that jar and then into a big bag. So I'm just going to leave it up here. And then we come to paprika. And I think I said there's not a whole lot about paprika. Love magic enhancer, adds energy to any spell mildly. Throw in someone's yard to cause them problems. So if you've got a neighbor that's giving you grief, you can toss paprika in their yard and it will cause them equal problems to what you're having. So let's say that they are, you know, you make a little bit of noise at night, say 8 o'clock at night, and they're calling the cops. If you drop a little bit of paprika in their yard, they're going to get as much grief as you're getting. So if you're being annoyed, they're going to get annoyed. If you're being like downright bothered, they're going to get downright bothered. Now, you don't know by what. You're not in control of that. You're causing magic. But it brings to them what they're bringing to you. Paprika. To a neighbor. Oh, no, it just says to somebody. I said a neighbor. Speeds up or results. What's that mean? Oh, results. Speeds up results, but not like cayenne. I already said that. Why am I? Oh, results, but not like cayenne or red peppers. Also, can not hex or curse. Like cayenne and red peppers can cause hexes or curses. Paprika can't. But it is good for lust work on a mild level, and it is good for a sex enhancer on a mild level. So if you're just having a little bit of trouble in those areas, paprika is not a bad choice. But again, it's a very mild herb, so it doesn't do what another herb might do. So say you've got a daughter, let's say you've got a daughter or a son who's wanting to date. You don't want them to go out and have sex at 16 or 17 years old, but let's say they're a little shy, they're very you know, kind of introverted, but they want to date. They're just scared and they're shy. Paprika would be a great herb to use for that, to kind of bring them out of their shell and get them going. It's not a sex, you know, herb, but it is a spicy herb that's going to get them going and maybe send them into talking to girls and get him past that, or her talking to boys and get him past that. You know, that fear of actually engaging with the opposite sex. But it's not going to send them out there to fuck her. Oh, to do that to everybody. It's just going to send them out to maybe get, I'm so embarrassed, to maybe get the initial access to the opposite sex. Oh my Lord, I'm so embarrassed. Oh Lord. Wow, Heather, that's awesome about your driveway. I would love that. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Livin. I'm so glad. Oh yeah, it is good in hot foot powders. You're right about that. It is good in hot foot powders. I'm so embarrassed. I try very hard not to use language on my channel. I do. I try very hard because I never know what age is watching me, so I try to be appropriate for all ages. And that was a complete slip of the tongue. So I'm going to grab my water and bring it over here and switch my coffee out for it. Just because my coffee is ice cold and I don't want to run back and forth. But my water is not, it's not ice cold because I don't drink ice cold water. But I needed a drink. Okay. Oops, just spilled paprika. Okay, let's move some of these over. Ew, stinky. Got the stinky herb. Move you guys so I can get some more in here. I think I can almost smell that through the jar. It stinks so bad. That one I won't be able to give you any info on other than my own. So some things I have are just my own kind of things. Oh boy. So I'll do this one first. It's another one of those cute little mason jars. I just love them. They're so adorable. But this is called Ancestor Plant, and I'll tell you why. I'll actually show you why. So my mother made this. It is it's so old and dirty. It's so old. It's made on a piece of driftwood. And I don't know if you can see it, but it's got two little birds on here. Here's one. And I think he's better to look at from this side. That's one little bird. Come on, focus. Here he is. And then here's another. It's not going to focus on him, I guess. There we go. And then it's covered in different types of mosses that have died and old plants that were off my mother's homestead farm that was in Idaho that she grew up on. So my grandparents lived there, and my grandparents' mother and father bought the place to begin with, as far as I understand. So when working with my ancestors, I was doing some herbal sachets for the house. I don't want to go into a big long story because it gets really personal, but some stuff happened and I was doing some protection for the house, and I wanted to do these little sachets in each room. And so I wanted something to bring the ancestor element in. So I took some little pieces of this plant. Well, I had some left over. So this little jar has what I call the ancestor plant in it. So that's what this little jar is. It's ancestor plant. And it's kind of cool because I can use it again if I need to, and I didn't use too much of it. And this was a piece that wasn't attached to this. Excuse me, it was a piece that my mother had separate. So it wasn't attached to the pretty little driftwood thing she made. It was attached, it wasn't attached to anything. It was just completely separate from everything. And which was nice because I didn't feel guilty using it because I have this piece. So there was that. And that's what that is. That's ancestor plant. So that's why I can't like look it up in the book and give you meaning of it, because I don't even know what type of plant it is. It's so dried out in the hole. Thank you. Oh, okay, I'll do that one first, the stinky. Okay, stinky is, hi Mare, good to see you. I'm glad you made it. Stinky is way in the back. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Sometimes I get these two mixed up between vervain and valerian. The valerian smells like somebody's dirty, nasty feet. And I don't know if you've ever smelled it, but it's terrible. So when I put this in the jar, in the bag, which I'm not going to do now because it's going to just stink my whole room up. But when I do, I'm going to take it in the restroom to do it. And shut the door and turn on the fan and spray really good, because it really stinks that bad. But it's a root. I'll show you through the jar. It's a root. I've got some pretty big pieces. You can get it in smaller pieces, but again, remember I told you that I go to the Hispanic store to get a lot of my herbs. I got these big pieces like this. I don't know if you can see how much I have or not, but I got 2 bags for $1 each. And so I spent $2 and I've got half a jar full. So, and that's plenty. Trust me, you're not going to use a whole lot of this because it stinks everything up. When I say it stinks, I mean, have you ever smelled catfish bait? It's called cheese bait, I think. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Yeah, the flowers smell delicious. The root, though, oh Lord. I think it's more like dirty feet, just really bad dirty feet. My son his feet used to smell so bad. Anyway, okay, so we'll talk about what it does. It works. It's a great herb. Trust me, it's a really great herb. And when I get it and it's cut really tiny in little tiny pieces, it doesn't smell as bad. But that, it ran me out of my room when I opened those bags and put it in the jar. I'm not kidding. I opened the bags, I put it in the jar, I closed it up, and I burned 3 incenses and closed my door to do it because, oh my Lord, it was bad. It was so bad. It was bad. Okay. It's, I think it was used in sleeping potions. It was. It was used in sleeping potions for pain relief and stress reduction rituals. The tea is highly sedative. It can be used in tea. If you could stand to drink it, you can use it in tea. And it is a sedative. I use it in a lot of, I did a herbal sachet on video for my husband, and I used it in that for sleeping. I wanted him to sleep better. So I used it in that because it is a sedative. And if you use it in a tea, which I'm not recommending or not recommending, but if you do use it in a tea, please do not drive. It really is a sedative. It works like any other sedative. Don't drive. Do not drive. It's like drinking and driving. You just wouldn't do it, so don't do it. If you're going to use it, do not drive. It is a highly a sedative. It's very much a sedative. Don't drive with it. It's used in dream magic and hedge writing. I don't know if anyone here is a hedge witch, but if you're going to cross over and do some spirit work, it's really good for that. It also calls your animal guides to you. It's great for meditative work. If you're doing any type of ancestor work, if you're going to work with the Ouija board, any type of spirit work whatsoever, it's good with that. It's also good for reconciliation if you're having a disagreement with a spouse, or perhaps you're split up and you're trying to get back with a spouse. You can put it in a sachet. Take it with you when you're having a meeting or get together. It's really good for reconciliation. Brings harmony, wards off nightmares. I would not put it in a dream pillow. I'm not trying to be a smarty pants, but it stinks. And when I say it stinks, I don't mean a little bit. I mean, it really, really terribly stinks. Now, the flowers, If you got hold of the flowers, then I would put those in a dream pillow. Dry them out and put them in a dream pillow. That would be fine. And they would probably work great to drive off nightmares. But I would not put that root in anything that you're going to smell pretty. I put it in a sachet and I added extra lavender and extra chamomile to cover the smell. And I put just a very little bit. It enhances curses and hexes if you're so inclined to do so. Use it in Samhain and Yule rituals. It ends guilt. I have heard a lot about that, and I actually saw a spell recently for that. Maybe I'll look that up and see if I can reproduce it. It's good for negative self-talk. It is completely gone if you use this herb. You will lose your negative self-talk. So I would suggest using it in a sachet with a lot of lavender. It's good for animal magic, which we talked about, calls your animal spirit guides. I would assume if you're going to work on maybe healing your animal or, well, I don't see that it works really well with healing. Maybe your animal can't sleep or needs protection, it's having nightmares, something to that effect. You could make a charm bag with a lot of lavender and hang it on the animal's neck, and that might help out. So yeah, that's where'd I put it? Okay, that's valerian. Did I lose everybody, or are you here? Nobody's talking now. Okay. I don't know what happened. You guys were all talking and now you're not, so. Next we have mullein. You guys want to take a break, or you want to call it a night until tomorrow? It's been a long time. It's up to you guys. Okay. If anybody wants to call it a night until tomorrow, you just let me know. Because I don't want anybody to feel like they have to stay to get it all in. But you know what? I'm going to have to run to the potty again. I got to go to the little girl's room. But I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm here. Oh, you're telling on me. I did. I dropped the F-bomb. So bad. I'm so bad. I'm such a bad girl. I can't believe I did that either. Oh. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it, because I just want to make sure nobody's thinking this is just taking way too long. I mean, Jen does long live chats, and I love them, but I don't want anyone. Yes, I did, Mary. I totally dropped it. I'm so bad. I try so hard not to curse on my channel, but it just came out. There it was. Okay. This one's going to be hard to get out. I know it is, because I packed it in there. Oh, look, I lied. It's coming right out. This is mullein. No, it's not coming out. But this is the flower. This is not mullein leaf. And again, I got this at the Hispanic store. And I got the flower because that's what they had, first of all. But second of all, I've never worked with it. I've worked with the leaf before, but I've never worked with the flower, so I wanted to just try it out. And so I got it, and we shall see how it goes. But yeah, this is mullein flower. I'm gonna hope it fits back in the jar. It did, yay! See, these big ones are not going to fit back in the jars. So I'm going to have to figure something out. I'm just going to have them in the bags and label the bags. It was priceless. Yeah, and how it works well for like dating, the first time dating for children or for teenagers, and not doing that. It's not going to send them out to do that, but it's going to give them the courage to actually start talking to the opposite sex. Well, I just blurted it right out. I was so bad. Yep. At any rate, mullein. Courage. That's what mullein is great for, courage, and that's what I use it a lot for. Protection, health, it's great for poppets, love, divination, and exorcism. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're talking about exorcism and witchcraft, it's not always about exorcising a demon or a spirit or something to that effect, although it is also exorcising spirits. But when you exorcise something, you can be exorcising a habit, you can be exorcising a way of life that you want to stop living. You know, maybe you're unhealthy and you want to exercise the way you're living, or you want to exercise the way you're eating. You want to, you want to stop something. You want to get rid of something. Maybe you want to exorcise someone from your life. So exorcism is not always about spirits or, it's about exercising something. It's about exorcism of something as well as someone or some spirit or some. So just so you know, exorcism can be used in other ways other than just spirits. So when you read that about an herb, understand that it can be used for other things other than just spirits. So I just want to make sure you know that. Could you really, Heather? I would really appreciate that. Oh my God, bless your heart. I would appreciate that very much. I really would. I don't I don't find it around here. And of course now we're moving, so I don't know if it grows there, but I don't find it around here. And I know that it's common, but I have not found it. So I would really greatly appreciate that. Really, I would. Okay, so you can wear it when you're hiking in untamed areas to keep wild animals at bay. Don't know how true that is, but that's some of the folklore associated to it. You carry it to obtain love. Mullein leaves can be substituted for graveyard dirt. I did know that. For those of you who want to work with graveyard dirt and don't have the courage to go get it, and honestly, it took me a very long time to have the courage to go get graveyard dirt, but it can be used to substitute for graveyard dirt. So it can be used in protection, it can be used when healing a child, it can be used in many things. I did a short video on dirt the other day. I don't know how short it was, but I did a video on dirt the other day. Lady Grave Dancer is the best person for you to look at dirt videos on, but I did what I could the other day, and so it can be substituted for graveyard dirt. Mullein is used in the wick for witches' lanterns. I don't know how true that is. Again, that is folklore. It can be used for cursing, hexing, removing such, instills courage, which I use it a lot for, and I use it for healing, and it guards against nightmares. It's actually in a couple of people's pillows, one of which is on this channel. Catnip. Catnip. Catnip is a great herb. Catnip is good for healing. It's also good for it's good for all pets, just so you know. It's not just cats. Everybody always thinks it's good for working with cats, which I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it's not just cats. It's good for working with any animal and for healing any animal. It's good for happiness. Anyway, love, beauty, and happiness are my shortcuts on that one. Used with rose petals in love sachets. If you hold catnip until it's warm and then place it in someone else's hand, you will be friends for as long as that catnip is kept safe. And you can use it in a spell. Grown near the home or hung over the door, it attracts good spirits and good luck. Also used to enhance beauty and happiness. So a lot of people don't know that about catnip. It's used in a lot of love spells, but people don't know it's also used for other things. The large leaves are used as bookmarks in magical texts. So a lot of people use them like they do grape leaves in your Book of Shadows, or for instance like this book. It increases your psychic bond with your animals. Animals, not just cats. It's used as a tea for happiness and relaxation, meditation to increase your psychic awareness and abilities, burn the dry leaves in incense for love wishes. It can help heal your pets, increases psychic abilities as well as the awareness, psychic bond with all of your animals. It can increase the psychic bond with your animals, and burn it for love wishes. To increase the psychic bond, you would wear a little bit as a mojo bag, maybe, or a charm, in a charm bag, what do they call them? Medicine bag. And then you would make a small medicine bag for your pet and work with your pet in meditation, in healing ceremonies, maybe in ritual, whatever floats your boat or you find fancy in, but work with your pet, each wearing catnip. And it increases your psychic bond with that animal. I have not done that with Rosie, but to be quite honest with you, I haven't had to. Rosie she's mine. Baked dirt or baked dust, just drop off Kleenex on the floor. Yes, I have. I just saw that recently on a video. Someone was talking about how genius that was. I think it was Lady Grave Dancer talked about a friend of hers did that. Oh, did Marge have to leave? Bye, Leanne. Have a good night. So that's catnip. And I'm going to throw that in the bag because there's not a whole lot in there anyway. I have to get some more. Catnip is easy to get. Just so you guys know, you can get food-grade catnip at a pet store. Very inexpensive. And you can get it food-grade because cats chew the bag. So they make sure that it's not going to harm them. Just so you know. Very inexpensive and at the pet shop. So you don't have to order it and pay shipping. Just Just a little tip. Let's move you over here, mister. Okay. Does it? Didn't realize that. I don't even have that in my book. And of course I don't have my pen, but I'm going to grab it because any little tip I get on an herb I want in there. Dagnabbit, she gave me a tip earlier on something and I didn't write it down and I should have. Yeah, I like to keep all kinds of information in my book because you just, I will forget it. I'm terrible. Okay, H-I-J-K. Ivy. A lot of people don't use ivy. A lot of people don't use fern. I'll do that one too. Fern is a witch's herb, just so you know. Old-time witches. Sorry, I have a cramp in my abdomen. Ever since my surgery, I get cramps right in here in my abdomen. So, if you see me doing that, that's why. Protection and healing, ivy. This is ivy. Protection and healing used in love spells, fidelity spells, guards against negativity. Ivy and holly on an altar make a perfect pair during Yule. My mouth does not want to work. Fertility, consecration, immortality, love, and rebirth. Immortality, they put it in a little mojo bag and hang it above the bed along with the star anise. So that's ivy. And you know how I got my dried ivy? I can't grow it. I cannot grow it. So every time I get an ivy plant, it dies. And when it dies, I dry the leaves. I cannot grow ivy to save my life. I really can't. And I've tried a million times. And this ivy, my daughter bought me when I had my surgery. The second surgery, not the gastric sleeve surgery, the one that repaired my hernia and took off the skin. And she bought it for me, and I loved it so much. It was a beautiful ivy. It was already climbing up a little square stick. It was just gorgeous. I'm trying not to crush it. And she bought it for me, and it was so pretty, and I told her I'm going to kill it, and she said, no, Mom, it's going to do good. It's healthy, blah, 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 and guess what? Okay, I'm going to do all these together, so let me grab the rest of them. Where are you guys? There's one, and I don't have any seeds left, so we'll just do these together. I keep my heads and my leaves of dandelions separate. Most people do, I would assume. And I use them for different things. They mean the same thing. I mean, they work the same. Oh, I do have some roots. 1 second. Where are my roots? Let's send them. Nabbit. You have to pull out the old light. I thought they were right there. Here they are. Dandelion root. So I get mine myself. Trust me, my yard is full of dandelions. And I just seen a bunch more come up. Oh, nice, Heather. I've never made it that long. I think this last one I got, I was able to keep for 4 months. And that was a record, let me tell you. So I have dandelion leaves, which I dried myself. I have dandelion heads. I did have some seeds, but I've used them all. And I just saw a bunch of new dandelions in the yard, so I'm very excited. And then my son-in-law mowed and took down all the seed shoots. So I'm waiting for some of those to come back. And then I have some dandelion root. And that's from the few that I dug up. I try not to dig too many up because of course I've got a lot of heads now, so I can dig a bunch up. But I have some roots. They're not easy to get because once they dry, they shrivel up to nothing. So you kind of have to get a lot to get any amount. But you can get them on Monterey Bay Spice Company that I was telling you about. And it's, you can just type in MBSC. No, you can't. I tried that. No, you can't. You have to put Monterey Bay Spice Company. But they're very inexpensive. Yeah, you have to keep it living long enough to do that, though, Heather. No, you're helping. I love that you guys are helping. God bless you. I'm glad it's working for you. Did I read about it, or did I just skip it? I skipped it, didn't I? I didn't read a damn thing about it. I just turned to the page, talked about it, put it in a bag, and left. I told you I'm old. No, I did read about it. I'm going to write that down though. I'm sure you all love watching me just sit here writing. Now, if you guys have information I'm not covering, please tell me because we're sharing, and the more information I get to put in my book, the better. This stool is killing my rumpus. Okay. So dandelion, and this covers root, leaves, and heads. And, you know, it's kind of your choice what you use. I use the heads in sachets. I use the dandelion root in loose incense, and I'm not the root, the leaves in loose incense, and I use the root in sachets as well, or in poppets. And I actually can build poppets with that. Remember we talked about doing small poppet jars, and I said you could use sticks, so you can use dandelion root as well to build your poppet, arms and legs, and then like I said, a bean or a allspice seed for a body, and then a coriander or a peppercorn for a head, and you can build your poppet in a jar. Okay, so dandelion. Divination, of course, divination. Dandelion is like one of the #1 herbs for spirit communication. Wishes and calling spirits. I use it a lot when hedge writing. I have it in a loose incense that I think I call my light veil incense. I think you've heard me talk about light veil incense. I'm sending some out in my kit for the 100th subscriber giveaway, 100 subscribers giveaway. And it's a light veil incense. It kind of is called light veil because it thins the veil between our world and the spirit world. Of course, it can be repurposed if you're the person that wins that giveaway and you're not interested in spirit work. You can always repurpose it by charging it with your own energies and your own intentions. But that is what the incense is made to do. I also make a light veil tea that I drink before I do divination. I also drink it before I meditate when I'm going to hedge ride, work with spirit, or work with my ancestors, or any type of spirit work. I drink that tea. It tastes terrible, I'm not going to lie to you. It tastes awful, and I can only usually get 3 or 4 drinks down. But it's, I feel, it is my opinion, that it lightens the veil between this world and that, and I find it easier to transition. And so dandelion is perfect for calling spirit or for working with spirit. Grind the root like coffee and drink it in a tea. I do not do that. I use the leaves. It will promote psychic powers and help with calling spirits. Tea is also used in healing in leaf form. Also used in healing in leaf form. You can also use it with your poppets. Drink the leaf or the root tea before divination or spirit work. Didn't it just say? I'm old. Using spells for wishes. Drink also for underworld work, hedge riding, or spirit work. Used in Samhain rituals, and tea is also used for healing, and the tea can also be used for healing sachets and incenses. I had forgotten that. Oh. Not magic. The ivy is good for not magic? Is that what you meant, Shelley? Is it? I did not know that. I did not know that. Sacred to Queen Hecate. I'm going to put some on my altar right quick. See, I knew flowers were a thing, but, and I don't know why when I was putting my flowers on my altar, I didn't think of dandelion, but I didn't. But I knew flowers were. Yeah, I will. I will dig up all the roots. Bella! Bella, my sweet love. Bella, welcome. Welcome, welcome, my sweet dear. Welcome. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you. Bless you. Oh, I didn't know that, Heather. That's good to know. Oh, honey, I'm accepting your big hugs, and you rest. You rest, and your candle is right over there. I just want you to see right quick. You got another candle burning right over there. I just wanted you to know. You rest and take care of you. And don't worry about a thing. I know you're around, and I love you dearly. I will have fun. Love you, darling. Bella's been under the weather, so I've been sending her lots of love and healing. I actually made her a little jar poppet. She's getting better. Now, I just read something. Corn muffins with whole flower head. I did not know that, but I do plan on digging up all that root. I'm so happy Bella stopped by. That's so awesome. I do plan on digging up all that root because they're not going to want it anyway, so I might as well take it. And we've got probably about 15 to 20 plants out there, so it'll give me a good amount of root. And I can get it dried up and ready to go. I'm so glad she stopped by. That was awesome. So, I'm probably not going to bag up my, well, no, I have to. But I'm not going to put it back in this jar. I do have to bag up the dandelion root because these jars go in a special box. I'm putting them back in the box they came in because they're probably safest there. But I will put the dandelion root in something else. And that way, and I'm not going to forget what that is. So I'm just going to toss it over here. Whew. It's warm in here. What am I doing? Okay, the dandelion heads and the... I will probably get more too, but I'll just put them in a different baggie and I can incorporate them when we get moved. There's no fast rule about that. Man, you don't realize how much you have till you have to go through it. I agree with you, it is. So do you use dried dandelion for those corn muffins, or do you, it's probably fresh, right? Because maybe I'll try that. Because if I'm digging up all that root, might as well. I know Lady Grave Dancer was going to make dandelion wine at one point, and she just grabbed the heads and then didn't. And I was disappointed because I would love to learn how to do that. My mother used to make it, but I was young and she never made it when I was older, so I never learned how. And I'm scared of making alcohol because you have to be so careful about fermenting and, you know, the aerating and all that. I'm a little chicken unless I really know how to do it. It's a good positive and a negative. Oh, come on, just work with me here. Right, got that. Yeah, be careful though, Livin. I mean, you just never know. Does he? Espen makes wine? I'll have to ask him to do some dandelion while I'm around. Now, I'm going to do the fern, but I'm going to tell you I only use this for negative work, and I'm going to tell you why. I only use it for negative work because it's a dead plant. It's not, I didn't take it and dry it myself. It died. So I used it in my death oil. Not because my death oil is for negative work, but because it's a death oil. And I did explain that in my, in one of my videos. Oh, I stink at remembering which one, but I did explain death oil. Dirt, in my dirts video. But my fern is dead fern. So I don't want to use it in any type of positive magic, I don't think, because it's died. So I don't use it in positive magic. And I'm going to gather some more because I had another fern die. And the reason that it's dead fern is because I don't want to take my live fern and dry it out. I don't want to do that. So it's dead fern. And I just don't think dead fern, wow, look at that, first term. I don't think dead fern would probably work too well in a in a positive. I could be wrong, but my intuition is that you shouldn't use a dead plant in a positive light. And I have used it before, but I just felt like it was dead. It didn't feel like it had any energy to me, any good energy to me. So therefore, I just quit using it in positive workings. Okay, so fern. It's a rainmaker. It's full of luck, riches, protection, external youth, health, and exorcism. You carry fern for the ability to guide its bearer to discovered treasure. The seed is carried for invisibility. Okay, when you read invisibility in magic, just so you're aware, it doesn't mean that you can't be seen, you're invisible, like somebody can look right past you, but it does mean somebody can look right past you, meaning that you're not important. You're not important. That's not the right word. You're not. You're special. You don't stand out. You're invisible. You're one of the crowd. You're not. There's nothing special about you that draws attention. You don't draw any attention. You're just one of the crowd. That's what an invisibility spell does. It just makes you one of the crowd. When you do an invisibility spell on your house, it makes your house nothing special. It doesn't stand out. It's just one of the crowd. You know, it's just another house on the block. So that a thief, a burglar, somebody like that is not looking at your house. Your house is nothing special. It doesn't stand out. There's nothing about your house they want. Same thing about you. You don't stand out. You're nothing special. There's nothing about you they want to deal with. That's an invisibility spell. Just clarifying that. Anyway, so fern, invisibility. If you bite the first frond of spring, you will be free from toothaches until the next spring. That's folklore. If fern grows in your home, you are granted protection. I have, I believe at this time, 3 ferns in my yard. In my home. I've killed a couple. Ferns have to be watered so often, and I'm terrible. I'm a terrible mommy. Anyway, so my fern is dead at this time, so I don't use it in positive magic. However, we are going up to that old cemetery I was telling you about, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, up there is some fern, some wild fern, and if I'm right about that, I could be wrong, that could be up in Paynes Creek, up in a different area. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, if I do find some wild fern, I'm going to pick some fronds, bring them home, and dry them. And then I will have some nice positive form to use, which I would like to do. Inconspicuous, that's a good word. Look at you. I would never have gotten it. I'm going to do these that I don't have to. I'm going to get a lot more of these too before we leave, because I don't know if they have them in Texas. So I'll do this one first, and then I'll do these. And this one I can't keep in this jar. So I can't keep, this is called lemon mint, and a friend of mine did this for me and gave it to me. It's the leaves from a lemon tree mixed with a mint plant. And I'm not going to, well, maybe I'll look and see if I wrote the attributes in here under lemon mint. If not, it's going to be a pain in the rumpus to try to mix the two. Of course I didn't. That would be too easy. Okay, I'm going to tell you the two, and then you can derive what you like from what they do. So lemon, that's lemongrass. Lemon. Longevity, purification, friendship, and love. You can mix lemon juice with water, and the mixture is used to wash amulets, jewelry, and other magical objects. I guess I should have saw that with a comma. That you obtain secondhand. The juice is also added to bath water at the time of the full moon for its purificatory powers. Dried flowers and petals are added to love sachets and mixtures, and the leaves are used in lust teas. Lemons may serve as poppets. Sacred to the moon, add the juice and salt to scrub the skin to purify the self. That would be, I'm assuming, before ritual or so on. And then mint, which I just passed, of course. Maybe I didn't just pass it. I must have put it under. Must have just put it under peppermint or spearmint. Let me smell it. Okay, that's peppermint. All right, mint. Purification, sleep, love, healing, psychic powers. I use a lot of mint for money spells. Has long been used in healing potions, mixtures, and spells. Has a long history in purification spells. Fresh leaves are rubbed on the head to relieve a headache. They raise vibrations of an area. Peppermint on the altar can call good spirits to aid you in magic. Placed beneath the pillow can offer a glimpse of the future in dreams. Excites love and so can be used in spells. Can be used in money and prosperity spells. Very helpful. So it's also good to be kept in wallets. In a pinch, pennyroyal and mint can be replaced with each other. Good for stomach upset, nausea, heartburn, and congestion. So this is lemon mint, so it can be used, together. And I can't keep it in this jar because this jar's lid is it just sits on there. I'm sure it had a ring at one time, but I got these at the dollar store. At the thrift shop. I think I got 3 of them together for $1. So, anyway, no lid. So I'm going to put it in there anyway if it'll fit, and take it over there to be put in something else or label the bag or something to that effect. I have a feeling I'm going to have a box that's just got lots of bags in it. That's probably going to be the way to go. No, it's not lemon balm, it's lemon mint. I'm just going to take it over here and keep it with the others that have to be relabeled. Okay, and then these I'm not going to put in jars, and I'll tell you why. They're magical ingredients, but they're not herbs. So this is magnets. Magnets are great in things you want to draw to you. I have one in my money. I have one in my money salt, in my money box. I have one in my money salt. I have one on my money altar. I have one in my other motivation jar. I should have put one in that jar. I have one in my witch's protection jar to draw to me good vibrations, healing, all that good stuff. I have one in this witch's ball that's blue to draw to me self-love, because that's a self-love ball. So a magnet is good to use in any magic that you want to draw something to you. So I have magnets. These are foxtails. I think I explained what foxtails are for the other day when I was doing the sleep sachet for my husband. But I can go into those right quick. And then these I'm going to leave out because I'm going to hope to get some more before we leave. Actually, I'm not going to leave them out. I'm going to put them in a bag. Just gather more later. But happiness, secrets, cunning. Hex removal spells, love spells, happiness wrought in spells to combat depression, lust, exorcism, hexing, cursing, secrets, speed in spells, accuracy, cunning. Why did I think? Who knows? Anyway, that's foxtails. And I use those a lot in my magic, honestly, because they They bring other attributes too, but I must have them somewhere else because I know I found other attributes the other night. I must not have them in this book. I must have had them in my book of shadows. So I'm going to have to put those two together and work on that. Or maybe it's in my apothecary book and I just haven't transferred the info. That's quite possible. I'm old. Uh-oh, who's leaving? What's going on? Oh, Heather. Do you have a basement, honey? Do you have a basement, Heather? I used to live in a tornado area. That's terrifying. North Dakota's got a lot of tornadoes. People don't know that, but it does. I hated it. We didn't live there any longer than we had to, and we got the hell out of there. Tornadoes are terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Oh God, babe. Oh God. Okay, we did too. We used to go to a local restaurant because they have basements in all the restaurants. Are you in an area like that? Can you go somewhere? Oh my God. So scary, Heather. So scary. I hope you can go somewhere, babe. I'm going to show you something. So first I want to say this is mirror pieces. Oh God, I hope you're okay. Stay with us. Oh, yeah, don't fret. I lived in that area like that. I know. Anyway, this is mirror pieces. So you'll know. So anytime I break a mirror, even on accident or on purpose, sometimes I break them on purpose to get the pieces. I recently did that because I was almost out. Then I save the pieces, and the pieces can be used for many things. You can put them in a jar when working certain types of magic. Reflective magic, something you want to bounce back at someone else, or maybe you want to draw it to you, so you make the mirror pieces face something inside because you want to contain it. Say you're trying to. Another one is if you're trying to split someone up, you put a bunch of sand in the bottom, put 2 candles, a mirror in the middle facing one, a mirror in the middle facing the other, and light the candles. So you've got them facing themselves. You're pulling them apart from each other. That's a spell. But okay, so that's one thing you can do with mirror pieces. Another thing you can do with smaller pieces is I made a mojo bag to protect my house, and I made 2 that were for the yard. So you put a little loop in them. You make your mojo bag with whatever you're going to put in it for protection. That's what mine were for protection. And then you make a loop on it so it can hang outside, and then I put a mirror on it to reflect any negativity that might be coming towards my home. And so it's got a little mirror stuck on there. So the mirror hangs and it reflects any negativity coming towards my home. And then plus you've got the mojo bag taking care of protecting the home. So no negativity and protection. That's what you get out of a mojo bag like this. So pieces of mirror can be used for magic. So that's what's in this jar. Now, I'm not going to wrap this jar either. If it breaks, then I don't know, it's going to break. I mean, I'm going to wrap the jar. I'm not going to wrap the, I'm not going to take the mirrors out. I'm just going to wrap the jar. Anyway, that little mojo bag did its work while we were here. It did well, and I had one in the front too. I brought them in once it started getting icky outside, because I didn't want them to get all messed up first of all, but second of all, we were moving anyway, and so I took care of that. So this is a jar full of keys. So anytime you have keys you're getting rid of, your keys that you're done with, don't throw them away. Keys make great magical tools. If you worship Hecate at all, they're very important to her. But don't get rid of your keys, because they're really good magical tools. You can use them for just about any type of magic, especially if you want to lock something out or lock something in. You want to lock in luck, you want to lock in love, you want to lock out negativity. They're just good magic tools. Keys are great. You don't want to throw your keys away. So I save all my old keys. And if you are a follower of Hecate, a key is one of her things. So I have I think I showed you on the video when I was doing my altar thing, the set of keys that was my mother's and then became mine when we bought the house that she had in Idaho. And then I have a little key on her incense jar. I'll show you. It's very cute, so I like showing it. Where'd I put it? Of course I put it somewhere where it was hard to get to. Smells like Palo Santo. Little key on there. It's her incense blend that I made for Hecate. Anyway, so there's a little key on that. So, keys can be used for all kinds of things. Little charms, they can be used for magic, they can be used for many things. So, yes, exactly. Yes, keeper of the keys. Yes, I keep all my keys. I keep a lot of things for magical use. You can use anything in magic if you set your mind to it. So I'm going to put these back. Start moving stuff up. I think I talked about saltpeter before, but I'll give you a rundown. I don't have any info on it in my book because, again, it's new to me. But I'll tell you what I know about it. I got it because Lady Grave Dancer, I do that. I have called her that to my husband, and he's just like, Candy, I don't mean to. It just kind of comes out. Anyway, Lady Grave Dancer, thank you. Lady Grave Dancer talked about it, and she said that it's good for incenses because it adds a little pop. a little flamey, and I think she said it turns the flame blue. I think she said blue. I can't remember, but I believe she said blue. And I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Maybe I should use it on video. Maybe I'll leave it out and we'll try that. Gonna write it down. So now we're going to address the candle, we're going to do some of my odd healing techniques, and we're going to do some saltpeter and incense. And of course my camera's going to die, so I'm going to have to go get my other one. Okay, saltpeter is a chemical. It's something nitrate, nitrous phosphate, maybe? It's a chemical, and it's flammable. So you use a pinch of it to toss on your incense, and it kind of gives it a boom. So when you're making a spell, you're doing a spell, you toss a little on your incense charcoal, on your charcoal disc, not your incense, but your charcoal disc, you're kind of sealing the spell. That's how she describes it. You're kind of saying, bam, I mean that shit, so to speak. And so I bought it, and I haven't gotten to try it yet. This amount was, I believe, $8. So it's not super expensive. Now there's something else called Vesta powder, which is this and sulfur, which is also extremely flammable. If you get sulfur, please be very careful with it. It is extremely flammable. You don't want to have it around open flame. Sulfur is brimstone, sulfur brimstone. And it's used in many things that have to do with fire. The two of them are mixed. Do not mix them on your own. I do not know the composition, and I do not know the amounts. I don't know how it works. Do not mix them on your own. Vesta powder can be bought. I did not find it on Amazon, but I did find it on Etsy. It's not extremely expensive. I found it for $3 a bag. Do not mix it on your own, please. It's extremely dangerous and volatile. However, once you get Vesta powder, I'm going to set these down. Once you get it, you can evidently, excuse me ladies, you can evidently get it, and when you throw it, you need to do it in a cauldron, not a charcoal burner. But you can throw it, and it actually poofs a flame. It actually like makes a flame, brilliant flame. And if you mix it with certain things, which I have in my book. I'm a good girl. I keep notes. Maybe I did put saltpeter in here. Who knows? I think it's under incense. Give me a sec. I may have put that in my book. Sachets, powders. Saltpeter, color chart. I'm a good girl. If you mix it with cinnamon, saltpeter, if you mix it with a little bit of cinnamon, it's blue-green flame. And it doesn't, when I say flame, I mean it just goes pop. It doesn't go, although it does go, it doesn't, you can do it on a charcoal disc. I wouldn't do it in a charcoal burner, but in a small cauldron is fine. And it just goes, you know, it's a little flame. We're going to do it. I'm going to do it on camera. It's a blue-green flame when you mix it with cinnamon. If you mix it with safflower, which is right here, and I will keep some out. If you mix it with safflower, it's red. It's a red flame. And if you mix it with cornstarch, which I am out of at the moment, it's an orange flame. And it happens when you mix them. And I don't know the composition, I don't know how much, but we're going to try it. We're going to do it. Because it's not extremely dangerous if you're not using a ton of, you know, you just use a pinch. So we're going to try it. We're going to do it on camera. Yeah? What do you think of that? It adds a sparkle. Okay. So you've done it. Good night, Carol. Okay, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to run and grab my other phone because this guy's going to die. Have a message or two, so I'm not going to answer them yet. I haven't seen it either, man. It's going to be so fun. I mean, I've seen it. I saw Lady Grave Dancer do it. But it wasn't very close when she did it. It was kind of across the room with a friend of hers. And if she did do it closer, I didn't catch it. I should go hang this one up in case this one dies. I don't know how long we're going to be on here. Oh, I got to turn this down. Okay. This phone doesn't want to be as stable as the other one. Okay, let me go hang this up and run to the little girl's room, and I'll be right back. Sorry. That was funny. Sorry about that. That was my alarm reminding me that it's time for a reading, which I set yesterday. Oh, I didn't know that, Shelley. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. I had no clue. I'm going to light an incense real quick. I'm right here, though. I'm not leaving. I'm right here with you. I just need an incense going. My door didn't shut all the way. Why aren't you lighting? There we go. Some patchouli. Okay. All right. So here we have cascarilla, however you want to pronounce it, which is a nice, pretty name for eggshells, ground eggshells. Now, these are ground, but not to the extent they should be. So when I Oh, my head is kind of hurting. So when I go to use them, I grind them a little more. So because they're pretty grainy. Oh, my lamp is turned. It's blinding me. Maybe that's why I'm getting a headache. There we go. Anyway, they're a little grainy. If you can see, I haven't ground them completely to a powder. So when I use them, I grind them a little more. Anyway, that's cascarilla or eggshells. And a lot of people use it to make a circle on the ground. A lot of people use it to draw sigils on themselves. They or symbols, either or. They let me turn this just a bit. They mix it with a liquid of any of your choice. Some people use an oil, a magical oil. Some people use water, but they just do enough to make it a really thick paste, and then they use it to draw sigils or symbols on themselves before they do a ceremony or a ritual or something to that effect. It's good for protection. Oh, Lady Grave Dancer, when I was telling you about the chalk, the graveyard dirt chalk, she also uses eggshells in that, and that's how it writes, is with the eggshells. It's an amazing video, and she actually has two. One is a harder one that is harder to write with, and you really have to scrape it, so it's better for pavement and outdoors, and then one is much softer and works really well in the house on your walls. And I know it sounds like, oh my God, I wouldn't put that on my walls, but it's a gentle chalk, and it washes right off. Anyway, so yeah, cascarilla. Astral projection, psychic work, clairsentience. I hope I said that right. Keeps entities away. Now, oh yeah, keeps entities away. So you can use it for protection around your house. She talks about using it in her yard boundary. Man, I'm getting tongue-tied. You know how I put a spread around my yard, border to border. She uses eggshells in hers as well. It's good for protection bottles or balls for witches, which I use it in mine. It's good to use with oil or water to paint sigils on the body. And it's good for when you're hedge riding, because it's good for astral projection, to use for sigils and so on. I don't personally use it, but it is a good thing for that. It's good for home protection. It absorbs illness, and it's good for cleansing. So a lot of people put it in their cleansing water when they're cleansing their house. And if you've made a powder out of it, it works for that. But if you've got it a little thick and you're using it to if you've got it like I've got it a little grainy and you're using it to scrub something, it actually is abrasive. So be careful. You don't want to use it on something that you don't want to scratch. So be careful with that. So that's cascarilla. And I am not going to put that in the bag just yet, because I've got to have something else to put it in once I do. Oh, nice. I was thinking maybe we could get through this second shelf and then take a break. We're almost there. So I was thinking maybe we get through that second shelf, and then, yeah, I would probably take a break because I'm getting a little tongue-tied. And maybe we'd even just do some chatting. I'd like to do some chatting if you guys are up for it. Okay, where's my... There it is. Okay, so I have cinnamon powder back here. So I'm going to skip over that because I'm not going to put my powder in anything today. We talked about that. But this is cinnamon sticks, and I use a lot of cinnamon sticks as opposed to powder because depends on what I'm making. If I'm making a sachet, I use sticks because the powder will come right through the bag and just make a mess of things. But you can tear off pieces. You can use just pieces of a stick like that. So it's easy to use just smaller pieces of a stick. You can also use whole pieces, which I do in my oils. I'll show you my Hecate oil. I think I have a cinnamon stick in there. Yeah, I do. So you can see there's a, oh, I was going over there. There's a whole cinnamon stick in there. So let me see if I can shake it a little so you can see that. Whole cinnamon stick in there. Not a whole one, but a half one. I break them in half so they fit in my jar, first of all. But this oil is so pretty. Let me shake that up so you can see it. It's such a pretty oil. There's bay leaves. There's a lot of different herbs in there, but isn't that beautiful? It's so pretty. I love oils. I love making them. I love using them. This is a really nice scented, and it's on my hands now because I use it so much. Even though it's a big jar, you know, you don't use a whole lot of it, but I made such a big jar so I could just use it all the time, and I do. But it's so, I don't know the word for it. It's very feminine. It's a very feminine oil, and I love it. And I used everything I could find that came under Hecate. Every oil I could find, every scented oil, every herb, everything I could find. I'm so glad you're safe too, Heather. I was really worried. My base oil is either almond oil. Sometimes I use coconut oil mixed with almond oil. Sometimes I use coconut oil mixed with olive oil, depending. In that oil, it's olive oil and coconut oil. And I just use a little bit of coconut oil if I want it to be runny because it solidifies. But if it's not going on any skin, like I have some that are just coconut oil and vegetable oil. And I use a lot of canola oil. If it's not going on the skin, I use canola oil. And I use a lot of that. And sometimes if it is going on the skin, it just depends. It's not a super heavy oil, but it is heavier than almond oil. And at the moment, I'm out of everything except canola oil. So, sorry, I'm having a cramp. So I use a canola right now if I'm making an oil. And if I'm making a salve or an ointment, I use, the majority of what I use is coconut oil. Most coconut oil and then some wax. So, cinnamon. Cinnamon is good stuff. It also speeds spells. Again, not like chili peppers do, but it does speed spells. Come on, good job. Okay. Great for spirituality. I keep looking over here like this is the camera. The cinnamon you can do that with, Shelley? Oh, eggshells. I didn't know that. In your car or on the wheels. I have to stand up a second, I'm sorry. Come on, Pen. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. I appreciate that. Ah, did I lose it? I sure did. Found it. Yeah, I'm okay. I get cramps after my surgery. I get cramps, yeah. And it doesn't matter what I'm doing or where I'm at, so yeah, I'm a good. It's just a thing I do. and it doesn't matter really what I'm doing. And sometimes I'll get them when I'm making a video, and I just stop recording and start the video over, so I'm not looking. But when I'm live, I can't really help it. So, okay, cinnamon, where did I put it? Up there, cinnamon. And this is for the sticks, the powder, all of it. Spirituality, I think everybody knows that. It's good for spirituality and success. I think this is one of those things you sprinkle in a business to draw customers. It is. Okay, success, healing, power, psychic power, lust, love, and protection. When burned as an incense, it raises high spiritual vibrations, and that's what it means by spirituality. It aids in healing, draws money, stimulates psychic powers, and produces protective vibrations. It's also used for making sachets and infusions for the same reasons. It's a great offering, which it is a great offering to certain gods and goddesses, but it's not just a generalized offering. So you might want to, just pay attention to what you're using it for. Swift results when added to money spells. Didn't realize that. And then the standard things for it is motivation, success, luck, strength, prosperity, concentration, consecration, divination, energy, communication, inspiration, peace, harmony, knowledge, meditation, happiness, purification, and tranquility. It's got a long list. We're closer to that one, so we'll use that one first. I'm singing again. I'm going to get in trouble. Okay. Hey, Pat, you made it. I've been on here forever, so... Okay, so next is cumin. A lot of people don't think cumin is a magical herb, but it is. It is. Cumin is good for protection, fidelity, anti-theft, and exorcism. You can sprinkle this in your car to keep thieves away from it. You can put it around your house in your herbal blend to keep burglars away from your house. You can do the same thing with your windowsills and your door mixture. A lot of people make an actual mixture just for their doorways and their windowsills. You should include cumin because it keeps thieves away. In Italy and Germany, cumin is cooked into bread to keep the wood spirits from stealing it. Oh, to keep the wood spirits from stealing, sorry. It also retains the gift of retention, which means that anything in or on it cannot be stolen. Anything it is in or on cannot be stolen, sorry. It retains the gift of retention so that anything it is in or on cannot be stolen. When given to a love, it promotes fidelity. Brides wear it to keep negativity from their wedding. And cumin, when steeped in seed form and put in wine, makes a lust potion. It's good for love spells, and carried it brings peace of mind. And you can burn it with frankincense for protection. I only knew about the car stuff. Ouch. Oh boy, that doesn't sound fun, Pat. You're just getting home? Yes, Shelley. Cinnamon speeds up. Hi, Shauna. Welcome, welcome. And that's cumin, and we're not going to put that in a baggie because it's powder. Can I put the fern back in there? Oh, I just ran out of room, that's why. Okay. Brain fart. We're going to keep the safflower out to try that with the saltpeter. Oh, this one is not. Okay, minced onion. Onion. Did you know that onion is used to sharpen magical blades? So you take an onion and you slice it in half with your magical blade. And it's not only used to sharpen it, but it is used to cleanse it. It completely cleanses it. All negativity, anything you've used it for magically is cleansed from it. So it's completely new and ready to go. Just so you know that. That's what onion does. Cleans the magical blade. No worries. No worries, Shauna. And it is great on baked chicken. Love it. And with fried potatoes. Covered in dog fur. Okay, protection and healing, exorcism, prophetic dreams, and lust. Onions quartered can remove diseases and illness in the room that they are in, or rubbed on the affected area with a cut onion and then burn or bury the onion. To cure a wart, rub it with an onion and then throw it over your shoulder and into the trash. Never throw away onion peels. I don't know if anybody ever heard when Jen was talking about that, but she was thoroughly right. If you are getting onions, dig down in there and get those peels that are just sitting in there. I mean, what's it going to cost you? A cent more? Excuse me, maybe 2 if you're paying by weight. But dig down in there and get those onion peels, because you're just throwing away, like she said, prosperity. They're good for everything. They're so good to use. And you can place an onion beneath the pillow to produce prophetic dreams. Who would do that? Stinky stink. If you are faced with a hard decision, scratch your options onto each onion. Set it in a dark place. You know, like one choice on this onion, another choice on that onion. Set them both in a dark place and go with the one that sprouts first. That's a way to make a good decision. That's folklore, by the way. When eaten, they produce lust. Okay, here it is. Magical knives are cleansed by pulling them through a raw onion, and then peel away at an onion to peel away your problems. Folklore again, both of those. So onions are useful. In sachets or incense, and trust me, you can smell the love in an incense of minced onion. They can be used for protection and healing. So you can also put them in poppets for healing, and that's kind of mainly what I do. But anyway, minced onions, those I can put in a bag. Oh, is it? I did not know that, Shelley. It has to go in the book. Yeah, mine is dark. My cumin is dark. I know you can get it lighter than that. Okay. Yeah, I do. I do think that, Heather. They bring prosperity to many things, and they are used in money spells. You can dry them and use them in money spells. You can dry them and use them in healing spells. You can use them for poppets. You can, use them to build poppets. You can use them for the body parts. Jen has a wealth of information on what you can use onion peels for. She's way more versed in that than me, but yeah, definitely brings prosperity to a garden. I thoroughly believe that. I don't think this is going to fit back in there. Do you? Because I do not. Nope. I do not believe so. Oh my gosh, we might get lucky. You totally missed it, Patrick. I dropped the F-bomb. I totally did, Shauna. I dropped the F-bomb. Yes. Protection. Okay. Himalayan salt is salt. Salt is protection. I don't think it changes from one salt to another. I do think we'll get into salt in a bit. Let me just go through it right quick. Salt. I'm going to go through safflower right quick because we're leaving that out. Love, healing, happiness. This is safflower. Fertility, much like saffron, but in a weaker version. Baked into bread, it's served to a lover to keep love alive. Commonly used in love and lust magic, fertility magic as well. It's an aphrodisiac, weather magic, wind raising, psychic awareness, make ink with it, and healing spells. So it's a lot like saffron, but weaker, so I'm going to read saffron. Love, healing, strength, and psychic powers. Used in love and lust spells. Powerful herb. Used in all healing spells as well as used to wash hands before healing spells to ensure success. When used in 10, one can foretell the future. That must be written wrong. When used in tea. When used in tea, one can foretell the future. Wearing it will keep one from inebriation, bring both material and spiritual wealth, opens channels for happiness. Its powers for divination are quite strong. Drink tea to open you to this. Dispels melancholy when eaten. So safflower does pretty much the same thing. It's all just in a very less strength, a much weaker form. So just so you know. Where is my salt? Should be right there. See, I told you everything's not in. Okay. It's not in alphabetical order. Okay, it's not even in there. Oh, I remember why. Because I put it back here with. Okay, purifying and healing. All salt is purifying, and this version is also calming and restoring. That was for lavender salt. Let me see if I put Himalayan salt in here at all. Because I think I just put salt under lavender salt. As it's. Oh, I did. I put Himalayan salt. Protection, healing, and purification. Used for undoing trickery, cleansing, wash, and put into poppets to repel negativity for healing. Cursing, hexing, blessing, healing, and above divine healing. Above divine healing. Oh, okay, and used for divine healing. So it's not just used for healing, but you can call the divine to help with healing. So it's godly healing, the source, God source healing. So yeah, glad I read that because we wouldn't have known. And again, this is a powder, but I've got another much larger jar over there, so I won't be unpacking that one, bagging that one right now. Yes, you can smudge your house with onion for protection. That's okay, Shawnee. You didn't miss much. Yeah. I have black mustard. I just haven't gotten there yet. But yes, you're right. And just so you're aware, you cannot buy black mustard from Monterey Bay Spice Company, although I highly recommend them. But you can get it for $1, a huge bag, like that much, for $1 at the Hispanic spice. I mean, at the Hispanic stores. Like I was telling you about how I get some of my herbs from them. You can get a lot of black mustard for $1. 79 cents. It's not $1. It's 79 cents. And that's here in California. I don't know if you have Hispanic food stores where you're at. But in California, you can get them really cheap. Yes, good for positive smells. And you can get those, quarter pound of those. I don't know if you realize how many mustard seeds that is. But you can get those on Monterey Bay Spice Company, and they're like $1.80 for a quarter pound. That's a lot of mustard seed. I'm just saying. That's a lot of mustard seed. Okay, I think I have, just give me a sec here. Yeah. Yay me. Okay, this is yarrow, and I have a bag for it. I'm so happy I don't have to worry about what I'm putting it into, because that's a big jar, and I know it won't fit back in there. Yarrow. Excuse me. Yarrow. Courage, love, psychic power, and exorcism. That's my quick guide on there. My quick notes. Cutting that all the way across so I can get this back in here. Because I've got a big jar and it's not going to go through that little hole. I just got this, so you can tell. I just got an order from Monterey Bay Spice Company. I really like them. They're very inexpensive. I think this was like $3 something or $4 for a quarter pound. And their shipping is $7.20 regardless of what you order. I mean, I'm sure if you ordered an enormous amount of herbs that weighed like a ton, they'd probably charge you more. But I have ordered a big box of herbs and never paid more than $7.20. I think that's all I'm going to put in here because I want to be sure it seals good. I ordered a very big box and never paid more than $7.20. So I don't know that you would pay more than $7.20 regardless of how much you ordered. Because I ordered a good box, and I really like their prices. I know everyone goes with Mountain Rose, but I really like Monterey Bay Spice Company. To yarrow. Okay, yarrow. Courage. I use it for courage. I use it for psychic power, especially when I'm going to hedge ride. It's great for exorcism. Remember, we talked about exorcism not always being about spirits. When it won't protect, when worn, it protects. When held, it stops fear and brings courage. It's used in love spells. It draws the attention of those you most want to see you. Okay, so we talked about invisibility and how it makes you inconspicuous. Somebody used that word, which was a great word. It makes you unimportant. It makes you not special. It makes people not pay attention to you. Invisible. This herb makes you stand out, makes you more conspicuous, makes you draw more attention to the person you want to see you. If you make it into a tea, it improves upon your psychic abilities and powers. Wash down your Ouija board with yarrow to attract friendly spirits. I didn't realize that. I had completely forgotten that. See, I told you I don't go through this book all the time. I just know what certain triggers are, which courage. Washing your crystals or crystal ball with it brings clarity of vision, or your mirror, your scrying mirror. So it's good for divination, banishing negativity, emotional wound healing, warding off fear, dispels melancholy, dispels negative energy, depression, and sorrow. Purifies the blood, and it's a remedy for colds. So that's the healing part of it. So yes, 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 there's that. This is how I buy my basil, because there's a store here that sells it in these big bottles for $2, $1.99. So that's how I buy my basil, or basil, depending on who you are and how you say it. God, I love the smell. It makes me want chicken Alfredo really bad. Okay, so that one's taken care of, and now we can just read it. Basil, basil, basil. It's good for everything. It's good for everything. It's an all-around good herb. It's good to sprinkle on your business floor or across your door to draw customers. It's good for healing. It's good for wealth. I have some in my money box. It's good for love. It's great for hedge writing. It's good for protection. Anyway, love, wealth, flying, protection. The scent of basil causes sympathy between two people, and that is why it is used to soothe the tempers of a couple. Actually use it. I should have used it in my motivation jar. Dagnabbit. There's a few things I should have put in there that I didn't. Maybe I'll add some stuff to it. It is added to love incense and sachets. All fresh leaves can be used and rubbed on the skin like a natural love perfume. Also, it's used in love divination. If fresh basil withers in the hand of your love, then that love is not deep. Basil can bring wealth when carried in the wallet. It can also help with businesses that are when it's placed above the door. Sprinkled across the door, it can draw in customers. Witches were said to drink a half a cup before flying. Basil powder is strewn about the house for protection. Basil, if given as a gift, brings luck to a new home. Call forth sexual energy. Place beneath the bed to reawaken sex drive. Consume on Wednesday to open lines of communication. That's folklore. Beauty, job magic, use in flying ointments, heals rifts in friendships, used for luck at job interviews, associated with Candlemas, dispels confusion, and exorcisms. Excuse me. So that's basil. This one I'm going to get to when we get to the root. Instead of doing the powder, thyme. Love thyme. Love the smell of thyme. Don't you love the smell of thyme? Invisible to the muggies. Oh, I love the smell of thyme. Love it on chicken with rosemary. Oh, chicken and thyme, rosemary. Everybody always says rosemary chicken, but man, it's so good with thyme. And chicken and basil. The three of those together on chicken, unbeatable. It's also good on pork. I don't know if you've ever had pork rubbed with thyme, but it's delicious. Well, that was silly. So is that. I'm going to forget what that is. Why would I do that? I know me. I won't remember if I don't write it down. I do too. I know, right, Pat? Okay. Time. Health, healing, sleep, psychic powers, love, purification, courage. Burned and worn to attract good health. Also, it's good in healing poppets, by the way. Also used in all healing spells. Purificatory herb, as well as can be burned as sage. If worn, you can see fairies. If carried, you can smell courage. If carried and smelled, you can see fairies. Worn for courage and energy. Added to foods, it will increase your awareness, sight, and memory. Oh, then I need more time. Bathe after being around death to purify yourself. Invokes gentleness and understanding in a relationship. It also relieves nightmares, aids in psychic powers, prosperity, stability, wards off unbearable grief. I forgot to mention that when we were talking about unbearable grief before. Banishing, binding, clairvoyance, divination. There's another herb that you mix in a unbearable grief sachet, but I can't remember what it is, but I'm sure we're going to come across it. So that is time. We'll talk about this one in root form. We already talked about cinnamon. We'll talk about that one, and that one, and this one. Okay, and I think, guys, we'll finish this shelf, and then we'll visit a bit, if you don't mind, and maybe continue tomorrow. And not that I don't want to visit for hours and hours, but I'm done with this stool. It is killing my rumpus, first of all, and I keep having cramps, and I think if I were sitting in a more comfortable chair, I could go all night. Oh, really? You've used it on turkey? I've never thought of that. Man, I don't know why I haven't thought of that. Anything good on chicken's going to be good on turkey. We have a turkey in the freezer. Maybe I will. Now mine is getting really faded, so I'm assuming this needs to be replaced. So I'm probably going to throw it out rather than put it in a bag. But this is oregano, which has some decent uses as a magical herb. And I went too far. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't put it in here. And I didn't put it in here. I don't know why. I've been using it for years. So we will get our 2 books out and figure out why I didn't put it in there. Maybe it's not in my books and I just didn't bother to look it up online. The dog is ringing the bell. What you doing? What you doing? You missing Mom? What? You missing Mom? I'm right here. Oh, is before P. Oregon, grape, and orris. And orchid. It's not in here. Oh, oregano. No, it's not in here. Okay, maybe it's in the other. What are you doing, honey? You're panting really loud. That's what you're doing. What is this? What is this? Orange. Oregano. I found it. I don't know why it's not in my book. It's really short, but it's got oregano. Adds flavor to food, but also enhances magical flavor to spells. Add some to money, health, or love recipes to increase your pleasure and satisfaction with the results. Didn't say much, but it said it. Anyway, I don't know why I haven't searched that online. I don't want to keep putting these up there. We keep needing them. Anyway, I'm going to dump this out because I don't know if you can see it, but once they get faded like that, they're pretty much no good. Yeah, it doesn't even smell anymore. And oregano is a potent herb, so it should smell, and it doesn't. So, yeah, we'll get rid of that, and when we get settled, we'll just get some more. It's not like it's expensive. Okay, parsley. My parsley is good and green because I didn't have this very long. And it smells yummo. Again, makes me want some. I got it on me. Makes me want some chicken Alfredo. Parsley. Turn right to it. Parsley is protection, purification, and lust. When eaten, parsley provokes lust and promotes fertility. Brush your Ouija board with a sprig of fresh parsley to keep malevolent spirits from coming through and calm everyone. Calm the soul of fear, renew the life force, and eat to cleanse feelings and rid yourself of baggage of an emotional type that might be blocking you from experiencing a loving relationship. It's great for hedge riding. Prosperity, strength, vitality, pulls one out of a rut, divination, happiness, passion, cleansing, consecration, astral travel, and calming. And that is parsley. Yeah, so do I, Pat. Turkey? You made turkey for dinner last night, Livy? You want to smell? My doggy thinks she needs to smell everything. Need to smell it all, huh? It's nothing big. It's definitely nothing you care about. Well, maybe you do. Who am I to say? Come on, get in there. Tell it, Rose. Tell it, come on, get in there. Dead nabbit. Now this is called annual meadowgrass. A lot of people don't even know about it, let alone use it. And I had to really do a lot of digging to find anything that would help me figure it out. And I don't even know that it's in here because I may not have been able to find anything on it. But I use it like grass. Abandoned church dirt. Allspice. Aloe. I may not have been able to find anything on it to put in my book itself. Or I may have put it in the back with things that I use. No, I found nothing on it. Nope. But you use it like you do grass. It is a type of grass. It's just called annual meadowgrass. So I will look into grass. Why did I put 2 on that page? Must have screwed up. Grass, psychic powers and protection. Blades of grass carried help psychic powers. Use green grass to rub a green spot on a stone while visualizing a wish and then bury the stone. That's folklore. Anyway, that's all I have on grass. And so annual grass, annual meadowgrass, I use for psychic powers and protection. And I'm not sure where I found that information, but I wrote it on the jar so that I'd know. So I found it somewhere. Anyway, that's annual meadowgrass, and I found it by taking a picture with an app I was going to put on a video for you, which I'm going to show you now. I will show you that while we're doing this video when I go over there to chat. Somebody remind me, because I'll forget. So remind me to show you the app that tells you all the plants in your yard, because there's a kick-ass app I use. And that's how I found the groundsel, the chickweed, the shepherd's purse, and all that stuff in my yard was with this app. And it's awesome. You want it in here, you little stinker, so you're going to have to wait till I get up to go out. Anyway, that's how I found all this stuff in my yard and knew that it was even there, was this app. And it's amazing. It'll even tell you trees, tells you everything. Okay, so we are done with our second shelf. I am so happy because now I get to rest. But I'm going to clean that off before we get situated. So please give me a moment to do so and talk amongst yourselves. Why isn't that sitting with anything? I don't know what it is now. Oh, yes, I do. And I know what that is. Okay, that's why. Because it's not like I could screw it up. Scared me to death, guys. Thought I forgot something. Oof. Oof. I tell you, that thing is so heavy. I don't know if you heard Jen talking yesterday or last night when it was about diatomaceous earth, but I use it as well, and I give it to my dog, and it just looks like a powder. Be very careful if you do decide to use it. Make sure you get food grade, like she said, and don't breathe it. When you put it in your cup, make sure you don't dump it. Make sure you just gently put it in your cup, add the water slowly, and mix it up. It isn't the greatest tasting thing, but it's not horrible. I mean, I've tasted way worse stuff. Taking medication is worse. Why are you banging? Medication is definitely worse than taking diatomaceous earth. Okay, now I'm going to move the camera so it's going to get all foggy for a moment. Had you sitting on my tarot box because, oops, because I couldn't have the camera wasn't high enough just sitting on the chair, so, oh, comfortable. Oh, you don't understand. My back is just adjusting. Okay. I feel so much better. So who all's still with us? Did we lose Mare, and who else did we lose? Shelly, are you still here? Okay, Pat and Shelly, and Shauna are still here. Awesome. I cannot believe we've been on here 5.5 hours, you guys. But it was fun. It was fun as all hell. Oh, Sherry left. Okay. Shelly left. Okay. Oh my gosh, such fun. I'm so glad we did it. We will have to, but I don't want to not do the rest. I do want to do it. So I'm going to see if we can't continue tomorrow. How do you guys feel about that? It really has been fun. It's been a blast. And I'm so glad I got to do it, because once I move, I don't know how long it's going to be before I get my herb cupboard unpacked and am able to do a video about each herb. And that was my plan, was to do each herb. And not to say that I'm not gonna, because I am. I just don't know when that's gonna happen. Heather, would you be up for tomorrow afternoon, Heather? Do it like we did it today, same time, same place? Because if so, we'll just continue tomorrow, and there's not nearly as much left as we've done. And we'll just try to get through it as quick as possible and then do the visiting. I don't mean you guys, you do all the visiting you want. I'll try to get through it as quickly as possible and not do the visiting as much. Hey, that would be awesome, Pat. That would be cool. You'd like that, Heather? Awesome. So we can do that tomorrow. Not to say we have to get off right now. If you want to, yeah, more than welcome. But just saying, if we continue that tomorrow at 3, like we did today, Pacific Standard Time, then, and I'll wait for anybody if they're late like today. I didn't mind waiting a little bit. And then we'll just continue, because I got to make something for dinner tonight and that kind of thing, so I can't stay on much longer. But it's already 8:30 here, so we've been on a hell of a long time, and everybody's waiting for me to feed them. Oh, I enjoy it too. So what I was thinking was tomorrow we could get the herbs out of the way as quick as possible, and then we could just sit and chat and have a hell of a good visit. That would be awesome. And that way I'm actually able to enjoy it too, whereas I'm not going back and forth, because not that it wasn't enjoyable, it was. Oh my gosh, Lynn, you're up late. It was enjoyable. I just want to be able to sit and be comfy like this and visit. That would be more fun. But it was fun, man. I had a good time, and I loved going through the book. It was cool because there's herbs that I haven't used in a while that I got reminded of why they're so important. And I thought, oh, I need to start incorporating those more, because I haven't used them in a while, and that kind of thing. So it kind of reminded me of what was important that I'm not using so much. And I need that. I need to be reminded every now and then, because I do have a lot, and I don't find myself using the same ones over and over, but I don't find myself looking enough at the book part. I find myself looking more at the shortcut part that I showed you guys the other day, where I have like motivation prosperity, and I have them kind of listed that way, and you know, they're not all listed in the right spots, so I'm not getting the variety I need to get. I'm glad you don't work tomorrow, Livin. At least you'll get some rest tonight. 10:30, Heather. It's only 8:30 here, but by the time I get dinner and everything done, it'll be good and late. We eat late anyway, so it's not a bad thing that I haven't cooked dinner early, because I don't know if I've mentioned that, but we don't eat until 8 o'clock at night anyway, so we're just a little bit later than normal. My son-in-law doesn't get home until 8, so we don't usually eat before. Well, he gets home about between 7:30 and 8, so we don't eat till between 7:30 and 8 at night anyway. So do I, Livin. I hate that we have to change it. Oh my gosh, Heather, then it really is very late for you. I bet you're exhausted. I'm usually up really late, and I get up at a decent hour. I get up around 10. So it's not super early, but I'm usually up until 3 or 4 in the morning. And it's terrible because later in the night, I get so bored and I want to chat and there's nobody up. Everybody goes to bed. So I pray for Jen to have a long night on a live so that I can sit there and you know, pay attention to her. So I pray for those nights. I love those nights when she has a long chat at night, an in-bed chat. I love those nights because I'm up late and I get bored quick. And sometimes when I'm really bored, I'll come on and do a night chat like I did last night, but I don't usually get too many people on. And I'm going to erase that one. I've only left it up because my daughter wanted to see it. So she begged me not to erase it yet because she wanted to see it. I told her it was nothing but me and Mare. Really, there was someone else came in, I think, for a little while, but it was really just us kind of sitting there chatting, and it was really nothing spectacular. But she asked me to leave it up until she could watch it, so I did. Awesome. I'm glad, Livin. I'm glad you got to check some. Oh no, I stay up too late to get up that early. Sometimes I'm up still at 5 or 6. Honestly, sometimes I'm still up at 5 or 6, but I still get up by 10. I think the latest I sleep in is 11. This morning I slept until 11 because I was up till 5:30 this morning. And I had a reading today at noon, so I had to get up. Oh no, I got up at 10:30. But I had a reading today at noon, so I had to get up. I am a night owl. I'm a day owl too. I like to get up in the morning. If I had my druthers, I'd get up at like 5 in the morning and I would not go to bed. I would just stay up. I don't like sleep, but I am a morning person. I just stay up too late at night to get up that early, and I do like to get up that early, but I have a hard time making myself go to bed at night because there's things I want to do, you know. But lately I might as well go to bed because I'm being useless. I'm not doing anything productive. I'm kind of not doing any magic because we're leaving and I just feel stuck when it comes to magic, and I'm not doing enough packing. I'm not doing as much as I need to do, and especially at night because everyone's asleep. So I'm just being unproductive, honestly. I'm just sitting here being unproductive at night. But I am more of a morning person than I am a night owl. I just don't like sleep, so I end up staying up all night. It's just ridiculous. It really is kind of ridiculous. Did you eat? Did you eat? Good girl. Good girl. I'm really bad at being productive, but I've been better lately. Rosie wants to say hi. Say hi, Rosie. Rosie, say hi. Say hi. Over here. Over here. Say hi. She, I mean, I've been better lately. I think I talked about it already. I did a new moon spell, and I've been better since then, and getting a lot done, but I don't want to. But I do feel much more motivated about my herb cabinet, and that makes me happy. Because I wasn't motivated at all. And I kept putting off doing this video just because I knew once I did it, I had to pack, and I didn't want to. But I'm glad I did it. Yeah, all the good intentions. They say hi, Roti. They say hi, Roti. So I'm happy I did the video, because now I can start actually getting things done. And I think once that cabinet is cleared off, it's going to make me feel even more motivated, because the cupboard is my weak spot. You know, that hutch is my weak spot. When that's open and got all my herbs on it, I want to do magic. I would rather do magical things than... Did you hit your nose? I would rather do magical things than pack. I'd rather make sachets. I talk to people and see if they need any spells, because I'd just rather do that than to pack anything. It's all there, and I want to use it. I don't want to pack it. So I think getting this done is going to make me a lot more motivated to get the rest of it done. And like I said, the house is easy. It's this room that's going to be difficult. So I think it'll be okay now that I've got that started. Exactly. Yes, I think so. I think entirely so. It's going to inspire me to get the rest of it done. And so I'll be happy to finally be able to move on a little bit. And I think that too is going to inspire me to do, you know, the other altars. Doing this altar helped. Like, I don't know if you can tell, but it's so barren now. There's just my candle workings on it, and I brought my plant back in, and my flowers are still there, but there's hardly anything on the altar anymore, and that inspired me to want to do my other altars. Why is this? Okay. It's crooked now. I don't know why it's not. Oh, it's because it's not tightened. Sorry. Sorry for my thumb. It inspired me to want to do my other altars. So like I think I'll probably leave my money altar till last, just because it's working to get us to Texas. And I want to keep that going. So I'm probably going to leave that till last. But I started working on my ancestor altar already. And so I feel like it's motivated me to get my other altars going. So it's a good thing. It's happening. It's happening now, and that's way better. Okay, Pat. Have a good sleep. You too, Shauna. See you guys later. Tomorrow, same time, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So if you want to join in. What happened, Heather? My cat, Orion, just... Oh no. Oh no! Oh no. Oh honey. Good night all, sweet dreams. I mean, good night. Good night, Pat, sweet dreams. Oh no, Heather. Oh God, I hope you can get him. Use a broom handle, babe. Lemon, he just wanted to play. I would use a broom handle and try to get that stinking thing out of there and throw a towel over it. Oh, cats. They try to be nice. They don't understand. Rotten things. Rotten things. What are you doing? Just want some loving? Yes, always keeping us on our toes. Like chipmunks. Did you get him out? Oh, I feel so bad for you. I can't imagine. Like chipmunks. Oh, that's funny. Why you keep putting your nose through the chair? Oh, silly girl. Oh yeah, I'm positive. Yeah, it's not going to take long. I just feel much better about it now than I did. Much better. Now see what you did? Come over here. Yeah, I'm excited now about kind of getting it done, just because I know it's a big step in us going. Getting my room done is a very big step in us going, just because it's the most congested room in the house. It literally is. Everything else is going to be a breeze compared to this room. So once I get it done, I can really start concentrating on the rest of the house, and I know that's how it's going to have to go. I know I'm going to have to get my room done first. And I should put it off, and I mean, I wanted to put it off until last, but I know that I'm not going to be motivated until I get it done. And I can keep out the things that are most important for using for magic to me, like I can keep my herbs in a, I mean my I have this case that I started. Remember I showed you? Oh, it's over here. The case that I started, I can put the most important things in there and keep those handy, like my tarot cards, and you know, even my board. I can put my pendulum board in there if it's something that's extremely important to me to keep handy, and maybe a little bit of angelica root, or you know, any little sample of things that sounds like I really need it and I feel like I've got to have it. I can put it in that box, so I don't have to feel like I've got to be without. But I don't think there's anything other than the altar stuff and maybe my tarot cards that I'm going to feel like I have to have. But if there is, at least I know I have a spot to put them. That's true too. I can stick them in a room instead of you know, putting them out in the garage. We're trying to put everything in the garage so we can have the pod pull up and just click it right in there, but I don't have to put them right in the shed. They can be in another room of the house for now. They can sit in the back of the living room or something until I'm ready to let go. Oh my God. That's funny stuff. That's true, Livin. That's true. I mean, I can just keep it packed in here and take the furniture part out, and you know, the big furniture like my altar table and that kind of stuff, and then keep my boxes in here and then let them be first out. That's not a bad idea at all. Might piss everybody off, but I don't really care. I'm just one of those people that don't give a crap as long as my stuff is important. I mean, what's important is there. I don't think anybody'd care. My family is so good to me. Do you know that every house we've ever lived in, they make sure I have a room that's my witchy room. They always have. They make sure I have a room that's my witchy room. They're so good to me. They always make sure that I have an area, if not a room. There was one house we lived in where we didn't have an actual room, but it still had this huge front screened-in porch that had slider windows, so it's still closed. It wasn't like freezing out there, but I didn't spend a lot of time out there in the winter, and I didn't leave certain things out there in the winter. But nonetheless, it was still my area. I always still had an area. They're just always so good to me. It's the truth. You don't want to piss off a witch. They just do it for me because they know I need my space. I really do. I need my space. I'm an introvert. I mean, I'm a sociable person, but I need my own time alone, and I need my own space to do my workings, and they know it. They know I need that. And I'm not one to work out in the living room. I mean, I could do it if I had to do it, and where we're going, I'm going to have to do it for a while because my witchy room, so I do have a witchy room in the house we're going to, but my daughter is going to be staying there for a little while, so she's going to be in the witchy room. So until they move out, I'm not going to have a witchy room, so I'm going to have to set things up a little different. So I'll be working somewhere, either in my bedroom with my husband, or yeah, my son said he has 2 sheds. I may make one of those my own. I don't know. You never know with me. I'm just kind of, I do what the hell I want. You just never know what you're gonna get. I know exactly what you mean, living. The more, that's how it always was with me. The more I got into witchcraft, the more I lost my living room, the more I lost my bedroom, the more I lost everything. So pretty soon it was just give her a room and get her out of the rest of the house. Hi, Witchy. How you doing? I'm a Cancer. I take over a house. I'm a very homey person, and I feel like the house is mine, not the room, the house. It's going to be funny living, well, and like my son giving us the trailer, and then us moving in, and he's like, well, it's your trailer when we get the property and we move the trailer and I get my new trailer, then it's your trailer. And I was like, bullshit, you gave it to me, it's my trailer. But it's just how I am. It's my house. You gave it to me, it's going to be my house. If I'm living there, it's my house. Hey, Christabel, good to see you. Welcome. It's just how I am. I kind of take over in the house. I can't help it. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, Cancers are notorious homebodies, nurturers. They got to take care of everybody, which is probably why I do healing so much. But I wrote all those down. I really am going to do videos on all those. the healing, the weird healing things I do, and the dressing of candles, the way I do them, and the saltpeter incense. We're going to try that. Because I've never done it. But you know what, guys, can you excuse me 1 minute? I need to go to the bathroom and I need to grab a gallon of water. Don't leave, because I'll be right back, I promise. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just out of water and thirsting to death. Okay, I'm gonna get back. Cancer is a water sign, yes. That's why I'm so happy about going to Texas and being in the Gulf area, because, well, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be at that beach all the time. All the time. I love the water, and last year, like I said, we have a big pool. We're not going to be able to use it at my son's because he just doesn't have enough room right now, but I was in the pool last year all the time. I mean, I did every day. Every single day I was in the pool. At the least for 2 to 3 hours. Maybe I'll post a picture on my Instagram of, oh, I don't know if I can do that, of old pictures. Maybe I can, I'll try. Of when I was in the pool, and you'll see how tan I get, because I was talking about how brown I get in the summer. I get tan, I get very, very tan. Oh boy, Heather. Are you stubborn? I know, I'm 6 eyes. I can't see the screen, so. Yes, Total Eater. They make good, I asked if you were stubborn. They make good bosses, Leos do. They make good bosses. Very fair. You live in West Texas. Okay, I'm going to live in East Texas. About an hour south of Houston. Hour to an hour and a half right in there, south of Houston. Down by the Gulf. Just about 15 minutes from the ocean. From the Gulf. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait. Heather, what? Yeah, they do make great friends. Very loyal, very dedicated. The problem is with Leos, they make great friends, but they don't always attract great friends, and that's the sad thing, because they are good friends, but they always end up being disappointed in their friends, I've noticed. I know, that's what I was telling everybody. I can't wait to get there because I'm going to grow so many things. I missed what was said earlier. Oh no. You're a solitary person? Heather, is that because when you make friends, they're not as loyal to you as you are to them? Do you think that's why? Because I find I meet a lot of Leos that are extremely dedicated to their friends and loyal, but they have a hard time finding friends that are that loyal back to them. And my daughter's a Leo, and she has that problem. She makes really effort at being friends, and she finds that her friends don't make nearly the effort she does, and she gets disappointed a lot. And I have another friend who's a Leo that goes through the same thing, and I had a friend in high school that went through the same thing. So I just noticed that it's kind of a Leo tendency, and then I read something about it, that they're far more dedicated than their counterparts, not meaning their loves necessarily, but their friends. I love the name Algernon. And I don't doubt that they do find friends that are good friends. I'm just saying I've noticed that there is a tendency to not. This is true. This is true, Livin. Too many people. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Witchy. Yeah, I have, as a Cancer, I have faced that issue. I tend to love everyone. Cancers are nurturers, and they just automatically love everyone, good or bad. They just love them, and they can't help it. And I do. I love everyone. And when I say that in my videos, I thoroughly mean that when I say that. And my problem is I don't always receive that. So it's a lot like Leos. They don't always receive what they give, and that's a sad thing. Oh my gosh, Heather, that's awesome. That's too awesome. What a cool name. That's an awesome pet name too. Algernon. Algernon. Yeah. Women. Geminis have a hard time being understood, though. They're very misunderstood because they feel one thing and they personify another, if that's the nicest way to put it. Sorry, I have to answer a text right quick. Maybe if it pops up. still get it covered, and I would really like someone to start chicken. But if not, that's cool. I'll be done here shortly. You're right about that. You're right about that, Christabel. And they have to build a shell after. You know, most cancers have a rough, I don't want to say childhood, because my childhood, my parents. Sorry, I had a hair. My parents, my parental upbringing was great. My parents were very loving and very supportive of me. But my other family was not, and my childhood was racked with torture. I was very heavy, very heavy. In high school, I weighed 200 pounds. I had my hair lit on fire. I was beaten up multiple times. I had just, in junior high and high school, I was tortured. I was literally tortured. So by the time that I hit adulthood, I did not want friends. I didn't want to know anyone. I didn't want to talk to people. I just wanted to keep to myself. And my mom and dad said I was still very outgoing, but I don't remember it that way. I don't remember being very outgoing. What friends I had, I was extremely close to and stayed very tight-knit with them, but I wasn't looking to make any friends. I didn't want new people in my life because I was, honestly, I was terrified of making new friends. I didn't, and that's kind of stuck with me, to be honest with you, throughout my life. I'm 53 and I make a lot of good friends online, but I don't know anyone in my area, and that's the honest truth. And I've been here almost 5 years, and I don't know anyone, not one person, outside of people I already knew from living in Northern California before, people that were already like family. I don't know anyone, and that's because of that shell. I just have a really hard time opening up or making friends that are face-to-face or anything like that. No, I like it, Christabel, and thank you. No, it's awesome that you were chatty. I have a really good I've been friends with for, well, my youngest son is 27, and we've been friends since he was born, so 27 years. And we've been off again, on again in that time frame. There's been moments, not like off again, on again 1,000 times, maybe 2 or 3 times we've had a problem. But I am the kind of person where when there's a problem, I seclude myself and I draw back. And then the trust is so hard to gain back that I have a hard time with that. But we are so tight-knit that we get right through it. You know what I mean? So I don't have that big a problem with getting back like that because we've been friends for so many years. But new people, I have a really hard time. And we don't live close. It sucks because she lives in Idaho and I live in California. We don't get to see each other nearly as much as we should. Oh, that's cool, Livin. That's cool. I have friends that are younger than me. I have friends that are older than me. But like I said, I'm not super close with anyone that is face-to-face. Now I am close with people that are face to face, but I've met them through the computer. Is what I was trying to say. I'm close with them face to face, but I met them through the computer because approaching people or getting to know people face to face for some reason doesn't work for me. Not that I don't try, but it doesn't work for me for some reason. I don't know why. But like I have a dear friend that lives in Oklahoma that I'm going to get to hug soon. And I absolutely love her to death. But we've never met in person. And when we do, we're going to be fast friends, and I just know it. I can't wait to meet her. And we'll be friends in real life. But again, I met her on the computer. Meeting someone face to face is just different for me. I just spit my water. God, Heather, that's hard. That's so hard. Now, see, my roles were only reversed when my parents got older. But I will be honest, my parents were older when they had me. My dad was 39 and my mother was 40. So that probably made a big difference in my upbringing. My parents were more patient and, more loving than younger parents might be. I don't know. Maybe that made a difference. I don't know if that's a fact or not. I'm just saying, because like I said, I was raised by older parents, so I don't know the difference, if there's a difference. And I lived, we lived with my grandmother for a while. We bought her house, and so she was elderly, and so she lived with us once we bought her house for a while. And then we moved from the area. We sold the house and moved from the area, and she lived in a smaller house for quite a while, and then she took ill, and then she lived with us again. That's awesome. I can be sociable. Like when I'm out in public, you would know that I am not really sociable, or that I'm an introvert even, because I'm very outgoing and very, hey, how you doing? And at a party, I'm the life of the party. I'm great like that. But to get to know someone, to be personal face to face, just meeting them, like, talking to someone like a stranger in a bank or whatever, I'm good to go. Meeting someone at the post office or whatever. But when someone says, do you want to have a cup of coffee or something like that, I'm all for it. But then once there, I'm not quiet or reserved, but I have a harder time. It's not that I don't want to get to know them or can't get to know them, but like I wonder what their ulterior motive is. Why do they want to know me? What do they want with me? I can't help it. It's just instilled in me that someone wants, they're out to use me, or they're out to, what's their ulterior motive? That's always my thought. What do they want with me? Because it's always been a mistreatment of some sort. So I have a hard time with trust issues. I have big trust issues. So that's my problem. And then I have a hard time trusting, so I have a hard time getting to know. Or really being open, I guess, is a better way to put it. Yeah, exactly. I can be way more intimate online because, well, what are the odds you're going to meet someone? I can be really personable online because I can tell someone anything and not have to really worry about having to meet them and have the rejection and so on and so forth. But you meet someone in person, you tell them all your deepest, darkest secrets, and now they've got all this ammo, and you understand what I mean? Then they can hurt you. They can really hurt you. They can just tear your heart out. And I don't do that easily. I just don't do that easily. I'm very superficial. I'm a superficial friend to people in some sense of the word when I am trying to get to know someone. Once I've gotten to know someone, I'm as loyal as hell. But getting to know someone, I'm very like they tell me how everything's going, and I'm like, oh yeah, oh well that sucks, or oh, but I don't ever say, oh well, I da 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 da. I keep my shit to myself because uh, I don't know why, because I just don't want to open up. Online it's different. It's easy to open up online. It's just different. I don't know why it's so different. But I've gotten way better. Now I mean, at my age, I don't really care. I don't care what other people think or what they say. So I've gotten to where I'm pretty open. Like, I don't get, like, private feelings about things, really. But, like, to tell people I'm a witch, I don't care what they think about that. Or to say, I know what you mean, I've been there myself because of this, or tell somebody something that's happened in the past. But to get, like, personal, like my husband and I have gone through that, or no, I don't do that with people I don't know really well. Exactly, Heather. I really like spending time with myself. Like I said, I'm kind of an introvert, and I journal all the time, and I just enjoy my time alone. I'm not a Facebook hound. I have a Facebook account, and I go on probably once a day and check what everybody's up to and stuff, but I'm not a big poster. Um, I have my Lunea page that I try to post to at least once or twice a week. I have my Instagram page that I just started that's connected to my YouTube page that I try to post a picture on now and then, and I have Twitter that I connected to my YouTube page. So those are the social medias I'm part of, but they're all separate from my personal, you know what I mean? Lot lizard. Oh, I love that, living. I'm not a lot lizard. Yeah, I'm the same way, Heather. I just don't want to. My daughter got a couple of movies last night, and I felt really guilty because I didn't feel like watching them. But, to go to the movie theater once in a great while, I'm okay with that. But to just sit and watch I've got one sitting on my desktop I've been going to watch for a week, a scary one. I like horror flicks. But I just can't bring myself to do it because there's more things that I'd rather be doing. It's just, I'm like you. I just don't want to waste my time. I've got things I want to do. That's why I can't sleep at night. I don't want to sleep. There are things I want to do. Exactly. It is valuable. It doesn't sound weird, living. I'm going to tell you something. I have a lot of family that I don't spend a lot of time with. Doesn't sound weird at all. Exactly, living. You can't get it back. Yeah, you do. You get attached to people. You get attached really easily online. Definitely so. I know. Remember that? AOL chat rooms. Yep. I don't like that either. I love you too, Heather. Yep, I don't like gossip. I don't like behind the back stabbing things. I don't like, you know, I feel like if you don't like something about someone, either keep it to yourself or tell that person. But the talking yippee yippee about someone behind their back is just the most disrespectful thing you can do. Either tell that person or keep it to yourself. But I just don't understand why people have to yippity about others. I might tell my husband something that I disagree with, or tell my husband something I'm feeling, but I would never just sit and talk about someone like that, because it's just disrespectful. I do too. You know what I saw? I was going to put this in my cemetery video, and I couldn't edit the part I wanted to edit, so I left it out. But when I was driving through the cemetery with my husband, like a week before I did that video, there was a lady walking her dog in there. I'm not even joking, walking her dog in a cemetery with no leash at all, and her dog literally took a crap on a grave and just sat there digging with its feet. You know how they do after they do that? And she was way up ahead of it, not even paying any attention. And if it hadn't been for how far past her we were, I think I would have chewed her out, because I couldn't believe how disrespectful that was. If not to the grave itself or the person in the grave, to the family of that. Can you imagine coming to the cemetery to see your dad or your mother and seeing a big pile of that on their grave? Because I cannot imagine that. I cannot fathom that someone would allow that to happen, that someone walking their dog would allow that to happen, or walk their dog in a cemetery. I couldn't believe that happened. I couldn't believe that. Isn't that the most disrespectful thing you've ever heard in your life? I couldn't believe that. I just couldn't believe that. My husband and I were livid, just absolutely livid. Enough almost to turn and go back through again just to tell her off, because I just wanted to tell her, you get out of here. And I don't have a right, but I wanted to. I wanted to tell her, you get your shit, get your dog, and get the hell out of here and don't come back. I was so pissed off. I couldn't believe that. Anger. See, look, my blood pressure's up just talking about it. It was just so horrible. Anyway, I said that, I told that story in my video about cemeteries. The problem was I had talked and rambled before it, just rambled, stuff that nobody cared about, wasn't worth anything. So I was trying to edit that part out and then leave the part about the story. Well, it all kind of ran together, and then on top of it, when I was trying to edit it out, I deleted it. So I just had to leave it out. Yeah, it wasn't cool. It was really bad. It was probably the worst thing I've ever seen in a disrespectful situation. Probably the worst. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to call it a night. I've got to get some dinner done. It's almost 9:30 here and nobody's eaten. And it's going to take a while to cook what I have to cook, so I'm going to have to get and scoot. But man, did I have a fun day, and I want to meet again tomorrow. If enough people show up, we'll continue the herbal thing, and if enough people don't, maybe I'll continue it anyway and post it. I hope everybody enjoyed, and I hope everybody who watches the video later enjoys it, because it was sure fun going through the herbs. And I had forgotten so much myself. It's just ridiculous that you don't keep up on that stuff. Isn't that the truth, Heather? Oh gosh, Livin, thank you for coming. I'm glad you got some great notes. And come tomorrow because I'm going to finish this hutch. And I've got, I don't know if you can see right there, but I've got a bunch more over there. So we're going to do the bottom shelf in the hutch that we started today, that bottom shelf of little ones, and then we'll do that one over there. And it shouldn't take all that long tomorrow because I don't have nearly as many as we got through today. And then I'll talk about my bottles on top, but we don't necessarily need to go through those because they're not things that are listed in the book. They're just things I made for myself. And then we'll get through that, and then we'll sit and chat for a while, and that'll be fun. Oh, Christabel, and thanks so much for joining. It was really wonderful to meet you. Y'all don't forget to click my button and subscribe if you're not. Yes, more goodies. It'll be fun. Oh, I'm so glad, Heather. I'm so glad you found it healing. That makes me feel good. It was great to meet you, Christabel, and honestly, and I hope you join me again tomorrow because that'd be nice. Good night, Livin. Have a great night. It was good to chat with you too. I'll see you guys later. And remember, you're divine and sacred beings of light and love, and I love you. Bye.